Is the stream in?
When it goes live.
Yep, we should be live now.
Give the link and then I can post it.
You're able to stick it in the Discord as well.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Oh, we can oh, can't we just Discord stream this for Can't we just Discord stream OBS for Ryan?
Yeah, we can. 1 sec.
Okay. We have to do Discord stream after we start the actual stream. For reasons.
That's probably why. I've just figured it out.
Okay.
I've got audio on the OBS for the first time.
Oh
in ages.
yeah.
I know exactly why. It's because it's using the in-game panels, and the in-game panels always break. So
I'm loving
I
it.
hate to ruin your life, but that's why the stream's bad.
Okay. Well, it's a shame we didn't figure that out until 2 hours in.
Oh,
Oh Jesus, this is very laggy. Oh, there's an iris off.
Yeah. Which kind of virus? I can't see anything because I'm waiting for Chris to stop mucking around.
Iris went round, couldn't tell which one.
I think it looks. It's the 4th place LMP2.
Ah, that would be Moinier in 77 then.
There's a whole big battle between this 7th place Iris as well, and a hurry with LMP2s and LMP1s.
Yeah, there's a great battle between Martin, Primavera, Vash, Erkan, Farukian. All those 5 guys all just in a line together. So we are live, so you should act like we are live. I'm just waiting for it.
Great action at the moment as they come back through as
I
well.
would love to be able to put the driver box on, but unfortunately it's not coming up. Right, well, we'll just describe what you're looking at for the 6 hours of Road America. Sorry for the interruption, by the way. Unfortunately, it took quite a while to fix, but we're back now. Hopefully it's not as laggy as before. But here is Vash being attacked by the car behind, which is Erkan, of course, into the points number 47.
Looking very good out here as well as they head down. It's so nice hearing the car noises in my ears for once at the moment, as Vince leads the way in LMP1, LMP2 with Newbar, and GT3 with Bocat as well. And while we were away, the Hunter Birch Simulation team has retired from the race in GT3 due to car damage, so a bit disappointing for me and Ed, but
well,
we've
these
had
things
some
happen,
cheese.
don't they?
Yes.
We've had some cheese, that's the consolation there. Well, that's two retirements in a row, so I guess it's good that we didn't go for a big title tilt this season, because it feels like we're just learning how to run an endurance team. It's not quite as easy as touring cars, where the race ends a bit earlier.
And we are dominating.
True, it's true. 90 points to the good. As there we go. Looks like our overlay has been fixed, so you should be able to see all the important information you need to see.
Josh has a choice of whether he wants the overlay or sound.
Ah.
I don't know, Ryan. What do you think? I think sound is better.
I mean, I don't know. The viewers would probably prefer the overlay.
Viewers will get the overlay, but it's the commentators.
Yeah. I mean, the sound. Have they made improvements on the sound?
They have on the LMP2, yeah.
I was going to say.
I'll give you a link to live race view if you need it.
If we had the live timing, I'm sure we can.
Well, yeah. Hold on, let me.
This is a lot of fun.
It would be if I could get you guys live timing. Hold on. There's the commentary channel. Guide. Here. Send message. Here we go.
I'm disappearing in a few minutes for 15 minutes
well,
anyway.
Well, it's for Ryan anyway.
And
you for later as well.
Yeah. You for later.
There we go. Looks like Thomas Vash having a go then at. That looks like David Martin. Finally, he's going to make a move on the inside. And Martin, the number 13 Rudengame car, has to concede position. And the 66 of Vash through into the top 6. And Thomas Vash, who we saw one of the top pro drivers, really excelling in the RSR car. Got a big bit in Spa. Very well in the previous round at Monza, I think. I think he got in top 6 as well, if I remember. And looks like it's all opening up now because that looks like LMP1 lapping Martin. So yeah, it's got nothing to do with that. But no, it's Erkan. It's Arda Erkan. There he is in the number 47, which is a LMP2. So there you go. all the Intel Points cars are different liveries, which kind of throws me off there. But yeah, Reading Game, who did so well to hold on all the way through all those delays, to hold on to that 6th position, now finally dropping down to 8th. And it could be the sister car Perikian that has a go at them. Well, not sister car, they were behind the sister car of Erkan. And now Perikian, who is holding off Simon Marshall on board the LMP1, may have to, he'll have to let Marshall through almost certainly, but he'll soon have a crack at David Martin as well. But here comes Marshall, up the inside for Canada corner, as anticipated. Lovely livery. It looks like those sort of camouflage liveries, doesn't it? That the Alliant Motorsports are running. They've hit a few cars in this race, like the Reading Game 7027, for instance, was taken out by them. Here's the other Reading Game, number 13. They'll be hoping not to be taken out by it's the 787, I believe, because for some reason it didn't show up properly. So they've got the same number as the 87 Iris, which is the GT3 car. It's running second at the moment, I believe. No, it's leading the 88.
I'm going to stay in the thing, but I'll be disappearing. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, see you later, Josh. So, anyway, Josh leaves, but me and Ryan will take you through, I guess, the next... it's going to be about... I think Grid Net will probably last half an hour, 40 minutes at least. So, anyway, I think the only really big battle on track is this 4-way sort of Lmp2 fight, isn't it? With Simon Marshall sort of negotiating and getting very close to the back of Erkan. But Erkan, Thomas Vash, really having a good little battle for that 6th in class, I believe.
Yes, we see one of the LMP1s trying to fight its way through this LMP2 field.
Yeah, that would of course be Simon Marshall. I think Hamilton has actually... Did he actually fight his way through? I think he did, because he's running 5th in the overall order. He's caught back up to the back of the LMP2. He's only a lap down, and he was like 2 or 3 laps down earlier. So this full course here worked pretty well for Joshua Hamilton in the end. Erkan once again under attack from Simon Marshall, who surely will have enough overspeed to slip through in the Alliance Motorsports car. Alliant Motorsport, there we go. And Erkan indeed has to concede. So that will split up what was previously a very close train of cars. Meanwhile, David Martin has got Perikian closing inexorably on him. So the Reading Game doing its level best to hold on. Marshall now having a go at Vash for that's 11th place overall, and he takes it very comfortably in the end. But Marshall, of course, only really had a Ferrari in the 975, which of course is under investigation for an incident that caused the full course yellow. It's going to be looked at after the race, of course. But, I think these are really the closest battles on track I can think of.
Erkan on Vash, and then also Perikian on Martin, it seems.
I believe Ferrari in the 975 has just gotten by Sazbolt's Rigo in the Team Imperium number 15 LMP2, which is seeing on screen at the moment. Perikian now very close to the back of Martin. Looking to make a move in the yellow submarine liveried LMP2 that we're on board with at the moment. And it looks like Guzowski having to get out of the way. The Boyd Transport number 40, of course, with it's actually, I believe it's Dylan Platt, of course, is another driver who's participated in Formula Sim Racing Academy that I've commentated on. So it's all familiar faces here. And Erkan now very close to the back of a big crash in front of them. And that looks
That's
like
a Mugen car, isn't it?
It looks like it. Yeah, was that the 88 of Zolt? Because he's dropped to 12 seconds back now. As here we go, up the inside of Erkan goes the Thomas Vash to hold on to that 6th position in class. But let's have a look then if we can pick up what's happened to Prubek Zolt, I believe, after his crash. He's going to have to pit, surely, after that big spin and damage in the wall. 15 seconds now, the gap to the lead. It was only about 7 seconds now, so the gap's doubled. Behind, Kiss is about 40 seconds down. Yeah, he's going into the pits, so there must be damage then.
Look like very, very mild steering damage. Although, I don't know.
Perhaps it was more serious than we knew, but anyway, that's going to put Kiss up to second. And Davis isn't too far behind either in the 787. Yeah, so I think the 87 by Marshall is actually the 887. That's confusing because we've got the 87, the 787, and the 887. So yeah, it's a bit 8s and 7s. but anyway, there we go. Kiss up to second. Then the championship leaders will limit the damage that the 87 will do to them as a result of this. So Mia Rose actually told me that combined her and Eric Kimedi had only done about 20 minutes of practice before the race. So super impressive to get on pole. But disappointing again that those efforts aren't going to be rewarded. Mira, I did offer Mira to come on for an interview, but because she's in Australia, she said she's going to be asleep by the time the race ends. So there won't really be too much post-match analysis from there. As Breaking getting very close to the back of David Martin now. For the exit of the carousel and negotiate the traffic. So surely Martin will be vulnerable here as Zolt drops down to 5th. This is bad news for Mugen. Their attempts to resurrect their title fight. It's going to stay in the ground. So it's going to be a.
Oh, there's someone off there.
Yeah, somebody going off. Not sure who. My Ferrari has lost a little bit of time, but nothing too major. I reckon it might have been Andre Simpson then. He's going for the last corner now.
Looked to be an Lmp2, whatever it was.
Oh, and here we go. Perikian very close, as is Erkan to the back of Vash. You see cars in the pits. Here we go. Perikian looks. Loses it. And that was a very slidey yellow submarine indeed.
Got it all crossed up under braking.
But Erkan still close to the back, so it will take a few laps for Perikian to recover in his attack on Martin, I guess. Although he seems to be quite close already. Let's see what the yellow submarine can do. He's moving around in the braking zone, and I think the reading game car looking. I feel like Martin's starting to fatigue a bit because Perikian is really challenging here, and Martin making a lot of mistakes as Vash starts to pull away a little bit.
Perikian trying to sell a few dummies, and Martin clobbering the inside curb into turn 3 as we saw, which really unsettled the cars.
Yeah, and it's so easy but to have that completely hamper your exit as well, and you really need to have your eyes on kind of stalks here. But Ian will surely have another go in the next couple of laps. But Martin, look at the gap in front of Martin to of course, Erkan. The gap is now about 5.5 seconds. So Perikian really neat because he was right behind Erkan earlier, and since Erkan passed Martin, he's pulled away really. So this is really damaging Oliver Perikian's race. Oh, and they're weaving to keep in the tow of one another down the main straight, aren't they?
Yeah, and it looks like he may have a go into turn 1, although I don't think he's quite close enough, and indeed he isn't.
Oh, very wide though by Martin, and Perikian himself gets a bit crossed up on the exit as well. Now,
Perikian needs a good exit out of turn 3, as there's a gaggle of cars up ahead.
Perikian and Erkan the closest though. And once again, Oliver Perikian tucks in. And which way around is he going to go on this occasion? Oh, he's switching to the inside. That was very, very brave indeed.
And he gets it stopped at that.
David Martin's still there on the inside. And all friends to make contact. And indeed, still alongside as they go under the bridge. And will he pull Joshua Perikian wide? But Perikian holds his line. And despite some barging and bumping, Perikian's through up into that 8th position.
Yeah, Perikian's not been afraid to get his elbows out today.
Or slide the rear out. That looked like Tokyo Drift there. And looks like David Martin might just cut up the inside of the carousel if he's not careful. But that was, he just about saved that one. But 8.4 seconds the gap to Erkan, so a crucial move then. But he's lost a lot of time.
And he's going to lose a bit more.
And the tyres maybe past their best as well. Looks like Salzbolk's Rigo is overtaking Martin now as well, and he's going to overtake Perikian too for position in that LMP1. Meanwhile, Vash and Erkan continue to be not too far apart.
gap has opened a bit.
Pariki, now that he's cleared, those cars could start to become a factor then in this little battle, which could be quite entertaining. Primavera has recovered well from his stop and go to get back up to 5th. He's only about 20 seconds behind Moynier. But there's a sort of, it's basically a 4-car battle, isn't it, for the win, as I see it, between Neuberger, Jones, Kianek and Moynier.
And Erkan actually setting a personal best on that previous lap, but still being about a 10th slower than Vach.
So Erkan will have to keep pumping those in, those 149s. But there's going to be too many opportunities unless the traffic really bunches up, as we see a penalty for Christopher Assing on board Ream Game Studios number 13. So it's him, I believe, not Martin.
Oh!
Oh!
And that's Erkan being a bit too overzealous going up the inside of one of the GT3s there.
Yeah, GT3 just really keeping his foot in and going across the track. Wasn't sure exactly who that was. There he is, it's Justin van der Smissen, who's really struggled since, because he did pass Hallam Voice earlier, and he's just been losing ground ever since. Zolt, meanwhile, in the 88, Privek Zolt has gotten back out in 6th position, so he's a lap down. We've seen the 88 recover those kind of gaps before. It's got about just under 4 hours in which to get the 88 back near a podium position. So with Toff, Valencia and Davis in front of him, I think that's achievable, as new Neuberger pits, which means Kianek is now up to 2nd.
Yeah, and potentially, puts Moynier up into
Justin van der Smissen, his steering does not look very healthy after that hit with the wall.
No, he's struggling to keep it in a straight line.
And the race leader just going around the outside of him in Lmp1. Bint's now 77-second lead over Hives, so that's not. It's it's the healthiest of all the leads. So you've got to say that's an encouraging sign, as Erkan continues to pressurize Vash now, and this could be interesting. Will the Code 80 be cool? Because it looks like van der Smissen is nearly in the pit lane, so they might let him get away with that one. But here comes Arda Erkan. Is he going to make a late move like we saw Oliver Barikian do on the number 30? Was it number 30? It was the number 13, wasn't it, of David Martin? Yes.
Yeah.
Easy, because Christopher Assing is also in a number 13. I assume that's actually the 72. As it looks like Neuberger's come out just behind Oliver Barikian.
And spins
on the
it.
cold tyres. Oh, it turned through. That's really embarrassing for the 28 that was fighting for the win. I thought there'd be a Bottling Motorsports. We're going to bottle it sooner or later. And that's David Naxadi just getting a little bit too ambitious there. Marshall closing on, that looks like the 77 there for position. He's going to pass Lloyd Moynier. Oh, and the Team Imperium 16 in one fell swoop, as Erkan continues to press on upon the number 66 of Vash. And you got to say Iris in a good position in LMP2 at the moment. The 77 third in the championship, third in the race, only about 10 seconds off the 21. And they've got their teammate, the 66, helping them out. Could potentially catch up to Primavera and cause trouble for him if they can hold off Erkan in this phase of the race.
Yeah, and Barikian...
And they're leading in the 87 in GD3, of course.
And...
Oh, is that Erkan coming in?
Yeah.
So Erkan's going to try and undercut Vash then. Van der Smissen is still going, actually. He's done another lap with his damaged steering, so I wonder if there's anything more terminal down in first gear in that car. I'm not sure why van der Smissen hasn't gone into the pit lane.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
This could be a Code 80 after all, which would play into Erkan's hands. We'll see. I've not heard anything from Race Direction. Hives has actually set a purple middle sector in his attempts to keep Chance and Bints honest. 62 seconds the gap in race view, but according to the timing on screen, it's 79 seconds.
I always tend to go with the race view, I think.
So might be a bit more interesting than we thought it was going to be. Oh, Neuberger, big crash at the first corner just before it.
Okay, Code 80 in 10 seconds.
I don't know what happened there.
Me neither, yeah. It looked
5,
like he lost it on his own.
4, 3, 2, 1, Code 80.
There we go. So Code 80 in force.
But it was before he even got to the braking zone that he lost it.
Yeah, it could be that he tripped up over a GT car or something. But yeah, I think after that, ever since that crash, Naxadi just didn't look comfortable, especially since he had that collision, didn't he, with the wall.
Yeah.
Such a big shame for Bolingbroke. The steering did not look too great either, but manageable, I guess. So Jones now pits from the lead. So this actually plays to the hands of Sophie Jones and 360 Motorsports. Who else is coming in? Bootcout and Toff in the Paul Street Boys GD3s. Dolt, I think, might gain a position on Toff as a result of this. Indeed he does. But Toff will come out with new tyres though. I won't lose too much time under the code 80. Crucially, Paul Jones, as Christopher Aston gets another penalty. And Kianik comes in now as well. So it looks like the front runners down Lmp2 are all doing the same strategy. Stop for Sophie Jones actually. Sutherland. Little battle for the pit box here. It's almost like the 139 Finavon has been squeezed out there. There's Hives, he pits from second. Interestingly, Bince does not pit. There comes the other Mugen. That looks like the 21 coming in. Oh, it's already in, I guess. And there is Jones exiting. And actually, looks like Kianik gained a lot of time there. Really? Or is that the other Lmp2? Let's refresh the overlay.
That is Kianik just coming out.
Here we go then. So big then in terms of the strategy. For a Kianik to only be half a second behind under this code 80, because that could really put him in the box seats when we get going again. On the fresh tire. Might not have the same fuel though as Jones.
I can only imagine that they've either done a top up, just a quick top up, or because that definitely was not a full length pit stop.
Yeah, we saw Mugen try this earlier in LMP1, didn't they? Near the early beginning of the race. And Lundvall is also pit in the 74 Seawolf in their battle with Rookie Monsters for third. Bash, Pericki, and Primavera and Martin all close together in the pit lane. This is the part of the race, of course, where we're sort of getting to near the halfway point, I guess, and it's really where you either start swapping out drivers, or you start, because it's one of the shorter races overall, 6 hours. You see drivers starting to do double stints and things like that, don't you?
Yeah.
Back to Simon Marshall. Is that Simon Marshall retiring potentially? What we were looking at there. As Bince now pits from the overall lead. The heat's starting to affect my computer now because it's slanging again. You know, it was interesting, Mia Rose's comments about... Basically, she was saying that I think she lost the rear wing being hit by a prototype driver.
Flag in 10 seconds.
Here we go. Just when things are getting dull, we get going again. So let's keep an eye on Christopher Kianik and Sophie Jones.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
There we go. And crucially, Sophie Jones has got that GD car in ahead. And GD car gets well out of the way though. And at the inside of the Finavon 139 they go, and they're still right together. Here we go. Is he going to try up the inside? Christopher Kianik? No, he's not quite close enough into Canada corner. So there we go. 360 if Sophie Jones did what she had to do. And Sophie Jones holding on to the lead then. Looks like Marshall has been disqualified, I think. I'll have to give you some information later on. As and when I get it in the stewards.
Marshall's is actually on the live timing behind
Mia Rose, disqualified, so... yeah, so that would support that. Decision 11, disqualification for Alliance Motorsport 887. You've now taken 2 GD3 cars out of the race. Unacceptable driving for a guest entry. I guess that would be the 27 and the 485 Hunter Birch, unless there was another car that's retired recently. Max Saddy for Bottling Motorsport still in the pit lane, so it's really fallen apart for Bottling. There were a couple other decisions. There was a 20-second stop and go for reading game number 13 for an unsafe rejoin. That might have been what hit the Bottling car, although it doesn't say Bottling were involved. It says reading game 13, Fringer Bond 140 and ATR Falcons were involved.
Oh, and that's a big slide there from Kanik. And
yeah, that's the Bottling car just coming out the pits now. Close battles are. The closest battle really is Erkan versus Tom Dillon, who's gotten on board the reading game number 13 now. They are. The other one, of course, being Yannick versus Sophie Jones, but we'll keep an eye on that. So, what was I saying before the Code 80? In fact, I still haven't turned the Code 80 thing off, have I? I should do that. Done that now. I was reading through autobiography written by Jim Clark in the mid-60s, and he talks about going to Le Mans for the first time. And what's very interesting is that I believe he has something where he says something about, I'm kind of anti-Le Mans. I'm one of those anti-Le Mans drivers. I'll see if I can find the section where he talks about it. But I thought it was very, very... Here we go. What opened my eyes at Le Mans, however, was not the recognised war cry that the slow cars get in the way, but that a lot of the fast cars are not particularly well driven.
Oh,
and this is him in an elite... Oh, what was this?
That's our leader just going off.
Oh dear, so a little error for Arthur Puche has gotten on board. So there was a driver change from number 23. Okay, continues on. Code 80 thing's still up, actually. I'm not sure.
And the Bottling Motorsport.
Oh, he's really gone off there at the exit of the carousel. Just after.
Yeah, bottled it once again.
Poor David Naxati, it must be said. But, anyway, the race continues. And, there's Pajal, who's on board the 87 now. Big lead for the 87. They could make real ground on... They're the only real challengers, number 16 in the GD3 Championship at the present moment, so it's important that they keep the pressure on. Oh, somebody spun out there. Not sure who that was. I think it might have been Vash.
It was
no, it wasn't.
It was definitely a pinky purpley or a purpley car, so it might have been a Mugen maybe.
Mechanic's about 3 seconds down, so it can't have been him. Was it Himes? Himes is still about 40 seconds behind. Was there another Mugen that I've forgotten about? It wasn't a GD3, it looked like an Lmp2, the brief shot I saw of it. Surprised me if the 88 ran into more trouble though. 93 seconds, they're back on the lead lap now and ahead of Mario Valencia, so the 88's actually done a pretty solid job. From the auto direct, you press something and then immediately it cuts to a crash just as you're pressing it. And you don't get to see what the crash was. It also doesn't help that there's no spotters guide because nobody's bothered to make one since last year because they're constantly changing the liveries, I guess. And you get new teams, of course. Still on plat number 40, trying to regain some ground, running 15th in the Lmp2 class, and I believe he's last in that class. Oh, what was I saying before that all that drama happened?
You're talking about Jim Clark, yeah.
Yes, it says, I was amazed that the general standard of driving was not very great at all. There just aren't 120 good enough drivers to compete together at Le Mans, and this is the plain and simple fact of the matter. I would go further and say that people should realise this fact of the dearth of really good drivers, and that the field should be cut down within reason. This is where I feel that a driver should have a logged race record to qualify him for such races as Le Mans. So Jim Clark calling for the sort of precursor of, I guess, the gold, silver and bronze system for the drivers.
And we had that, we had that, didn't we, for the sprint now, isn't it, with the medals, gold, silver and bronze.
Of course,
Sorry,
I was just talking about Jim Clark there in
Yes.
his autobiography. That he's he's one of those anti-Le Mans people. So there's an interesting little passage where he talks about that
Is that
in
one
his
of your new
autobiography.
books you've got?
Book from the bookshop in Inverness, I think. That my dad just happened to
Oh, wow.
this Jim Clark thing. It's Primavera down in 5th. He's recovered well, but sort of in no man's land, in between Ercan and Vash.
Yes, hello, I'm back
good.
until the end of, or the start then of Formula E.
Yeah, and I guess I'll join you doing that, and hopefully Tom will be able to fill in.
Yes, and if you can't, no worries, Megan is on standby, so we've got the team all lined up, and I'll get you on as well. Should be okay, and hopefully a better thing than last time where we had the problems of Marrakesh. That's gone now.
Yeah, I forget exactly what happened. I think it was lagging a lot on mine, and I kept having to reconnect in a few times. But,
yeah, we weren't using the internet Ethernet cable on the laptop. We were using the Wi-Fi because Megan had the adapter, but that's solved now. Another adapter has been brought for when Megan does hers. I'm gonna have to have one of these antiseptic throat sweets because I am literally just gone.
yeah, give yourself a Strepsil or something.
Yes, there we go. They're black currant as well. They're quite
Ooh,
tasty.
lovely. I think that might be the same ones that I have when I'm ill.
They could be. Yeah. I've blown my voice.
Not the exact
so
same
bad.
ones, as in they didn't go from my house to yours in the post, but you know what I mean.
No, they
I've got some good news for you,
can't
Josh.
pronounce it. Go on.
I've got good news. Simon Marshall in the 887, who I believe was actually the person who took out Mia Rose's rear wing and took out the 27 Reading Game Aston Martin. He's been disqualified for taking out 2 cars as a guest entry. So there you go. The karma, as Fernando Alonso would say. It sounds more like revenge than justice, the way you said it there.
Revenge! It's like that episode of The Simpsons.
Reminds me
Never known a commentary team get excited and happy over someone getting disqualified. But hey,
Oh no, I hope he learns his lesson next time. That's all I will say.
If he doesn't,
Lucas
whoa!
Lundvall spins in 74, and that's really going to help Bradley Sellers catch up to him. Let's see, because Bradley Sellers, I think, made a pit stop fairly recently, so he should be able to catch back up before you know it. He's down to 4th already, so there, Sellers just got through, round the outside of him. Big mistake then from Linus Lundvall to the Seawolf team that was doing so well up to that point, holding that 3rd place. And now they're down to 4th. They'll have to continue and pretend nothing happened, I guess.
Nothing to see here. Fireworks going off in the background and everything. Full on, what was that? It was Naked Gun, wasn't it? Full on Naked
Nothing
Gun.
to see here. Move along. But anyway, 3 hours 40 minutes left to go, and believe it or not, this is one of the shorter races on the calendar here at Road America, the 6 hours.
It is.
Will be followed, of course, by Fuji, which I believe is 8 hours next month. Imola, 4 hours, and then the finale in October will be the 24 hours of Bahrain. And it will be interesting because the important thing really here is for the 23, the 87, and then the 77 and the 21 to try and stay in the title hunt. And you have to say that all 3 of them are doing it at the moment because of that setback that the 33 had earlier with stop and go from hitting the 21 into the gravel. In the sort of the championship hunt big picture, it's all pretty wide open still, isn't it? Between, especially in LMP2, but even in, well, really the 87 and 23 in both, because they crashed out last time out. They really need to gain that ground back here, don't they?
And they do need to get it back. I'll tell you something as well. They were teasing us, weren't they, our race directors, by giving out that calendar. 4 hours at Imola, 24 hours at Bahrain. So they gave us a little hope, and then bang, season finale is a whole day.
But we always end with a whole day. I think we even had one at Road America, didn't we, in the end of the first season? That might have been before you started commentating with me.
I saw it on the street.
Of course.
I did my research before I joined this channel.
Yeah, that of course was the race where I believe one of the DDoS drivers had to go to hospital in the middle of the race, so they got their laps back so that we had a really tense end to the season finale. But BMW Madness held on. I believe this is the first time in a while we've seen no BMWs in the GD3 field, which is in a way kind of sad because I missed that car, but it does sort of make sense with the way the mod's been going. The BMW M4 has been sort of nerfed more the longer we've gone into R-Factor's life cycle, I guess. And as we see Dylan Platt getting his way through the GT3 field, I guess.
Yeah, because that M4 was actually pretty quick in a straight line, if I remember. And so it seemed to, on the technical circuits, it was kind of more midfield. But as soon as we got some tracks with some big old straights, it was right up the front usually.
Yeah, I think the thing is the Corvette seems to be the car of choice of the straight liners in GT3. Which is even more slippery than and the Ferrari as well is pretty solid in a straight line as well. I remember Stan Gjorvad at the 8 Hours of Korea was he was against the McLaren. The McLaren was so quick FRS, but he was always able to breeze back through past the straight, and there was some great defensive driving there actually. Really enjoyed watching that. But anyway, it's only close battle that might entertain us for the next while in the race. Kianik has dropped back from Sophie Jones. Kianik did a good strategy to come out just before that last Code 80 right behind Sophie Jones, but he's dropped back off the back of her really, and because I guess he's not got as much fuel, he's maybe trying to make the tyres last a bit longer. I don't know.
I mean, the closest battle I can see is the battle for overall it's 30th position, but it's GT3. It's Simpson versus Arasaka.
I'm sure Arasaka had that big off earlier. There they are, actually. So that's Simpson in the white and brown car, and then Arasaka in the purple Iris. Who does Andre Simpson drive for again? It would be ATR Falcons, of course. It's Arasaka who's had a horrible start to the race. He's sort of near the back of the class. That sounds like being put on a naughty step, doesn't it? But he did actually spin near the very beginning of the race and also got a penalty for, I think, hitting someone. He made a crazy dive bomb on one of the, I think it was on the reading game GD3. This is before that was taken out of the race. And so Arasaka trying to recover that ground. The ADR Falcon shouldn't be too hard a target, as here we go. Oh! And that was brave by the sister Iris. No, it's the Mugen, sorry, the L21, threading the needle between the two GD3 cars. And yeah, it was crazy driving by Christo Kianik to try and keep Sophie Jones in sight. But battle, as Ryan says, is for 30th overall. And she flames, licking out the back of the ATR Falcons, and Arasaka getting very close to the back. This should be the move then. And ATR Falcons, I believe, were banned after causing loads of incidents at Daytona last season.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Have been let back in for this season, and certainly kept it a little bit cleaner. They are in, I believe it's the same team under a slightly different name as Arasaka. Comes through up the inside, fairly straightforward move there for the Japanese driver. But I believe they are in the British Touring Car EERC Championship as the Speed Eagles. I mistakenly called them the ATR Falcons, so I got confused, but I believe they are a slightly different team, but they might have some of the same drivers there. So for instance, I believe Kevin Beechers is. I don't think Andre Simpson, but Alexander Moda is running last in the Evo OSR. I think that was the car that stopped out on track, or it might. Yeah, I think that was the car that stopped out on track for ages before getting going again. But yeah, it's always confusing when teams change names or run different names in different series or support series. Especially with the EERC, it can be quite hard to keep up. I feel like I ate lunch way too early now, and especially having Formula E. Oh, big spin there for the 21. Oh, just about kept out the wall there. Good save by Christopher Kianik, but he shouldn't have been going too far wide on the exit, and that is going to hand second place then to Loic Meunier. So the 20, that's crucial in the title battle. 21 running second, given up to the 77 and handed the advantage back to them. Only 2 points between those two teams.
That's the problem you have at Canada Corner as well. Get a wheel on the grass and you're flying towards the wall with nobody's business, and it's really, really horrible there.
But yeah, got to feel a bit for Chris Kianik, but it was a good save nonetheless. Could have been a lot worse for the Mugen driver. And now look, Meunier, less than 19 seconds actually behind Sophie Jones. So Certainly the 360, number 60, is on the better strategy. But the 77 on Moynier's got some serious pace. We saw those two battle, and it feels like the race is... It's bringing the two of them back together. They're slowly magnetizing in, aren't they, with Moynier's pace. Do some real fireworks in the next couple of stints. At the moment, it's the waiting game, isn't it? But there was some brief excitement there with Kianik. As there's Jonathan Jones who's gotten on board the 46. Hit trouble here. Doesn't look like a regular spot that he should be in. Perikian is also showing is that is, of course, Jonathan Jones. Change for Perikian. So I think the 46 might have had some kind of accident damage, which was a big shame for them. Not being disqualified. It's literally some kind of incident that we met. They might have been the ones we saw crash earlier very briefly. But I could have sworn it was someone else. But
yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, but the Perikian is the yellow submarine, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the yellow submarine that we're seeing Jonathan Jones. Have a look at the...
Oh, yeah, okay. I could have sworn that it was a purple car that we saw that went off earlier, but...
Comes the... that's like Mazunda in the reading game, coming into the pits. Not a great stint. Race leader, threading the needle with the GD3 cars, which is most of the challenge, admittedly, in this series, for the prototypes anyway. For the GD3s just don't get taken out by the faster cars. But I think the reason I brought up Jim Clark earlier is I think Mia Rose would be very much in agreement with what Jim Clark said about the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I think he only did it once in like 1959 and then decided not to go again. I believe he goes on a bit further in that section. There are more difficulties at Le Mans than any other race. The fact that the circuit is so fast and that the bigger the cars on the Mulsanne Straight can get up to, their optimum maximum speed is one difficulty. Okay. The fact that half the races run at night is another, and the mere fact that for part of the circuit, if the driver does have a prang, the spectator safety banks bounce them back onto the road in front of the other cars, for there is nowhere else to go. All combined to make Le Mans a very dangerous place. Wow. Jim Clark is a big fan of run-on sentences here. I speak from experience, for I happened to come burning through White House at around 130 miles per hour behind Bill Mackay, another of my fellow Scots, when he lost the Akuri Ecos Sprite in the 1961 race. I just missed collecting his car, while on other occasions I've had to take the grass on the straight to pass cars. I am one of those anti-Le Mans drivers. Interesting insights. I loved also how he's describing the Lotus Elite compared to, I believe, the Aston Martin, the 3-litre Aston Martin he drove the year after in 1960. And he says, I had the Elite was doing 142 miles per hour down the Mulsanne Straight, but the Aston was doing 148, 150, which was not that much quicker. The Elite wasn't that much slower, as he says. It was lapping in under 5 minutes throughout the whole race, and I love how under 5 minutes at Le Mans in the late 50s is considered really quick by Jim Clark. It shows how much it's come on when we're seeing like 3.5 minute laps usually. You know?
Yeah, and that's with 2 chicanes added in as well.
Exactly, yes. Whoa, that's Rigo going very wide then in Team Imperium number 15. Nonetheless. So, battles. It looks like Jonathan Jones is trying to rejoin the race then. Showing him sort of pop in and out on the stream, but he may be out of it for now. But that very much sort of is bad for their championship. But the 47 of Ercan is still in play. About 10 seconds behind Primavera. Yannick has sort of got it together and is now about 5.7 behind Moynier. So he's sort of stopped the hemorrhaging of time. There's Arasaka. It's clear Simpson, who's actually dropped behind Modell. He's about 54 seconds behind Kevin Beaches in the other ATR Falcons car. I believe Valencia and Zolt. Mario Valencia we've not talked about much in the Marmite Vinavon car. I'm not sure why he's gone for the Marmite livery. But Mario he's only about 5 seconds behind Prubek Zolt in the 88. Oh! Big spin for the Vinavon, and he's been hit by the race leader. That's Maurice Sedland. He's been hit by Arthur Fucci. So Fucci was first on the scene there, and has he taken damage? Well, he certainly lost a lot of time there, and that's music to the ears of Zoltan Hives, who's now only 30 seconds behind. He was pulling away, but that's horrible luck then for the 23. And it still seems to keep happening, and Jonathan Jones in the wall. So the rejoin has not gone to plan for the Yellow Submarine. I'm going to think of another Beatles song. It's, I was going to say another Brick in the Wall, but that's Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Let me think. He's retired back to the pit lane almost instantly, so that's first lap out of the pits for Jonathan Jones.
How about Yellow Mellow?
I was Maxwell's Silver Hammer, I think.
Alright, I'll do. Sorry, I've been trying to talk, but the microphone wouldn't disconnect, so that was
Well, I wouldn't connect more like, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlucky Josh.
It wouldn't unmute me on Mumble, so that was annoying. But I've changed my mouse and it's working, so I think it's a mouse problem. Yeah, there's the 93, but not the 93. That's the 201. I think it's saying a basic entry. There's a few cars going wide there, but what a good thing to get collected by your race leader, and hopefully it's going to be a bit narrower. And
yeah, 27 seconds between Hives and Fucci, and you'll almost certainly. The 23 Valley will be incurring some damage because he hit the Finnevond at quite some speed, and then you'd say stuck against it for quite a while. I've never seen anything really like that.
I think it was actually I don't know. I think the Fringavon was actually spun round by the leader. I don't think the Fringavon spun.
Either way, it's another example of the classes struggling to maneuver around each other. It felt a little bit to me like the Finnevon didn't really give the race leader a wide enough berth there. But that's just me. I'm going to go down and eat a biscuit or something because I feel like it's been ages since lunch and I'm sort of running on fumes here. So I'll leave you in the hands of the auto director. But your three leaders, Arthur Pooch leading by 27 seconds in LMP1 over Zoltan Hives. In LMP2, it is Sophie Jones leading by 17 seconds over Loic Moynier. Then it is Stanislaw Pajoud in the 87 leading Christian Toff by 45 seconds, in GD3. So nobody is a lap ahead yet, which is a good sign with the race halfway through. But there's still plenty of racing to go here at Road America.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ed. And Ryan, you staying around?
Yeah, I am, and it looks like the Bottling Motorsport has gone deep into turn... Oh, it's not turn 3, I thought that was. That's just turn 4, actually.
Yeah.
The Bottling Motorsport car has been struggling quite a bit, as we see.
Oh, is that a bottled it? Is that too soon? Should I leave?
It's already been said a few times, because I'm just trying to figure out who is in the Bottling car now, because it's no longer Neuberger. I'm just trying to look through. Right, so it's Kozwinski now, I think. I've probably...
Yeah. Kozwinski, in 16th position overall in the 28 Bottling Motorsport. That's what I can see, and I'd agree with you on that front.
I don't know if they've done another driver change, because I thought it was someone else between.
I think they have changed over, you know. I can see it's different. Oh, cut off! Reversing, it's one of the McLarens in the GT3s, 754. So how quick can we identify that on the board?
Is, as it comes into pit lane...
Is it Urkel? Yeah, 753. No, 754, 753. So it's just Erdely, yeah. Who had a spin and has come in for some new tyres and probably a refill. That looks like he's done it at the last corner as well, Ryan. So do you reckon he was going for the pit lane?
Well, he's only done 10 laps on his current stint. And it looks like that is actually his first stint as well. Let's just see, for context, what everyone else is kind of managing. Generally, it's a 22 laps to a stint, something around that area.
Yeah.
So it definitely came in early. I don't know if they just dived in just in case they had some sort of damage, but yeah. And that's the Sky car off.
The 200, isn't it? Now they've changed it all out. 205. As in for a basic livery, but they've gone off on the side. It's getting back on now. Hopefully they're not going to take too much here today and they're going to have a proper session. We don't want anybody losing out due to a silly little driving error as well. We want everyone to keep quite competitive throughout this race and really to have a mighty good push to the end of this one, because it's only lap 80 of this race. We've got another couple of hours to go here as the 63 continues on. It's the Valley Esports 23 leading the way as things currently stand. There's the final vaults.
Indeed, both together as well. One of them obviously recovering after that incident with the leader.
Yes. Just a few minutes ago. I'm trying to do 7 things at once. It's quite impossible. How does Ed manage it all? To keep it up going?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if he's human, the amount of stuff he manages to do.
I don't think he is. I mean, I had fully prepared for Megan being in the commentary box this afternoon because Ed was doing this, and then Ed's managed to find the time. And I don't think my voice could have done that. But that's going to be a fun Formula E. And it helps Megan actually, because Megan's in either tomorrow's F3 race or she's definitely in IndyCar. So that's going to be good. Auto director looking at some grass.
I
There's a car off.
don't know if that means that there's a car off somewhere. There's a slow.
Puncture, McLaren.
Well, that looks like suspension and steering damage to me. And that is the 4th place? Is that
Fourth
the 4th
place, McLaren, yeah.
Or is that 9th place? I think that's 9th place, McLaren. So.
Find McLaren. Is that Mario Valencia?
No. I don't know. No, Valencia's in the Marmite livery.
Right. Kevin Veachers, possibly. He's the last McLaren who's still out on the track down in Canada.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So Kevin Veachers down in 29th position and already not having a great opportunity. There he is, actually.
There he is, yes.
Getting caught nearly by the race leaders, so he's coming into the pits now.
And that looks to be
Massimiliano Ferrari, I believe.
Well, the one problem about not having the overlay now is that when it comes to someone, I can't tell who on earth it is.
Yeah, maybe we should have had the overlay instead of the sound, but I'm enjoying the sound, to be fair. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, it's definitely refreshing after commentating the last handful of races without any sound.
Yes, literally it's just been Ed in our ears. I mean, Ed sometimes says, "Oh, that car doesn't sound right." It's like, yes, I agree with you, Ed. We can't hear. So it's nice to have some audio for once. As the 19 comes through, then a bit off the track, jumping over. Sound makes all the difference in the commentary box. 2 cars in the pits now. That McLaren's in, so which one is it? It was Kevin Veachers.
Yeah, Kevin Veachers. And then Massimiliano Ferrari.
Just came through there at the back.
And that's the driver changed in that car as well now. So it.
Yeah.
Gio Nervoli.
Swapping over. That's fair dues. Sorry, car off there. As I tried to put it through there, it wouldn't let me.
A 753 car, which is
753. That's again. When I read it, that was on his intro just a couple of laps ago.
Yeah.
The 753 had a spin in the McLaren. Well, it's all happening today, and Ed's gone for a biscuit, and it's all now starting to get a bit tense.
Well, this is what happens whenever one of us steps away from the commentary box. Something always happens. It's just commentary law.
Yeah, and I'm stepping away soon for the. Well, I think Ed's stepping away too for the Formula E. I'm going before him because I've got to run the show as well. But it's going to be very chaotic.
It is indeed.
Megan is on permanent standby though, just in case.
The
chances are there'll be some error.
The closest battle we really got on track is. Oh no, that's not even going to be a battle because that's
yes.
That's me getting mixed up between a Lmp2 making its way through the field. So that is definitely not going to be a battle.
keep on charging, keep on calming.
Indeed, and that lead for
I just like all eyes up the front, really, because that's where we're seeing most battles in. Because was it the 23 Valleys will score a 26.624 second lead to the 20 Mugen, so looking good there.
yeah, and obviously that is Voice, who's had a couple of issues since getting into the car. Had a little off in the early laps, and then obviously having the collision with the Formula One car.
Yeah.
So not had the cleanest of first stints.
Just loving the sound as well, as I'm sure you are, as Daniel Primera gets into the pit lane for the Valley Sports 33, running 16th overall in this race. I wish Race View had the classes split up to help us out with different colouring or something for the numbers. That'd be quite fun.
Yeah, because for me it's looking through the race view, it's just like having to look through the tiny lettering underneath the names and going, oh wait, no, that's an Orica. That it's an Orica making its way through GT3. Okay.
Not a battle for maneuver position. It's quite tricky.
Oh, and
Oh,
that's the bottling car off again.
bottled it.
And turn one, claiming yet another victim.
That's an odd place to have that sort of spin. He looked like he turned in, locked the rears, and just drifted out wide, didn't he? That was a very odd one.
Yeah, and that's not the first time. I mean, we saw earlier, I think, with Newberger, going off before even getting to the braking zone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's mucky. I don't like the sound of that.
And that is which car is this again?
It's the
number
piggy
60,
one, yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Sophia Jones, isn't it?
Who's running on the back of the circuit, looking quite fun.
Yeah, it looked like they ran a bit deep into turn 3 there. I was just trying to collect it all back up, but
I'm here. Yeah, I think Ed's back soon. Just let you know.
I'm
I can
back
hear him.
now.
Yeah, I thought I heard something saying that Edward Hunter has unmuted the mic or something or other.
Sorry about that.
No, I heard it. No one else did, I don't think. I've got that text to speak on, so I can hear.
I was thinking you might have some kind of inner sense, sixth sense that I was coming back. I've realised what happened there. I made like half the coffee because the coffee machine ran out of beans before the race. And I decided, because it was a few minutes before the start, I thought I'll just drink it to half the coffee and then go up. And so I hadn't had the full coffee, so that was why I was running out of steam, I think. But I brought the coffee up with me. Well, not all of it. Like, there's about 25% of it left. But I don't know why I'm eating green coffee mostly, but it tastes quite nice. It's a small, simple pleasure, I guess.
Okay.
I think isn't there also that theory that having a hot drink is supposed to cool you down on a hot day?
It's true.
Yeah.
Yes, have a hot drink on a hot day and it will cool your body temperature down.
So we figured out what happened to the 33, because I could swear it had some kind of issue.
You left.
Primavera. So he's
left
dropped
the
behind
box.
the 26. That's bad news for the championship leaders. There's some peril there.
Yes, we worked out you left the commentary box, so all hell broke loose.
But there you go. There he is down in 11th in class, about a lap down. So I think it might have been kind of an incident pit for repairs. That's what I'm reading into here.
I think so. Come on.
I keep seeing the Marmite car of Valencia, and
Yeah.
here in America, it just makes me think about all those YouTube videos I've watched of Americans trying Marmite and how they tend to try it wrong and then say, "Oh, it's disgusting."
Another for that's Victor Savinsky in the bottling 28 car. It's just like, no matter who they put in that bottling car, they inevitably find their way to the wall.
There's a saying, but we've said it too much today.
Well, it's a shame because we saw how well, what was his name, did at the very beginning. Neuberger, yes. Felix Neuberger feels like the only one who can really, really get consistent performances out of that car.
It was Neuberger who... It was Neuberger, wasn't it, who lost it coming down the start-finish straight?
Yes.
Well, and here we go. This is the position between Pribek Zolt and Chris Davis for third. Zolt, who's pit and is recovering from his repairs. And Davis holding on to third position. And here we go, Zolt up the inside. And the big battle suddenly come alive here. And it doesn't look like Chris Davis is going to fight too hard to hold on to this one. So there we go. Looks like the Mugen's back on the podium. And he's only about 40 seconds behind Toff then. So this could be bad news for the championship leaders then if the 88 can split them from the 87. So there's a real threat that could happen now. Oh, look at this. Just having to thread their way through. And Davis almost had a little lunge there, but thought better of it. As it looks like all the leaders in Lmp2 are coming into the pits now. Erkan, Kianek, Dylan, and Moynier.
Just all here for the
So Jones
quick
is the only
splash
one on
dash.
a different strategy. Vash as well.
All just having their own sort of party, really, isn't it? They're all just sort of staying out the world, or everybody else's way. It's quite nice to see.
Well, they were quite together in a train
They
for
were,
a long
yeah.
time as well. And so Vash up to second then. I wonder if the overlayers decided to go to sleep, because often that happens where it's showing me. Usually you realise during the pit stops that this overlay is like half a lap behind or something. And it's not giving up to date or relevant information.
You're right there, Ed.
You know, that's almost ironic, you know. What I was saying. Right, the gap to the lead. Arthur Fuche has come in. Is it Fuch or Fuche? I'm sure the Belgian driver will correct me at some point. He may not even be Belgian, but that's just. I have some vague memory out of all the 121 drivers in this race that Fuche might be Belgian. I think after Bud, when he won, I think one of his teammates, I think it might have been Janssen Bintz, mentioned that Arthur was Belgian. It seemed like an odd thing to mention, but he thought, well, just to make sure. I'll ask him after this if he wins. Unless Arthur goes to bed by then, but who knows.
It's not going to be that late, is it? 9 o'clock? 10 o'clock?
Right, it'd be like would be 8 or something by the time the race ends.
In which I have my own race to be taking part in later.
Ooh.
Oh,
Best
do
of
you,
luck, Ryan.
Yeah.
I hope that goes fantastic for you.
We'll see. We'll see.
Your confidence is overwhelming.
Well, the team that I've been racing with, we haven't had the best of luck recently with coming across the odd driver whose standards isn't of particularly high standards. And so we've found ourselves having a few trips into the barriers that haven't been our fault.
I've just looked and realised it's 5 to 5, and I haven't even started saving the pre-show yet, so I'm really in trouble now.
Oh, I'm sure your vast audience will. Whoa! As Kevin Beecher spins and the ATR Bolt comes out.
Whoa!
Nearly is collected by the following motorsports car, and that's how quickly things can go wrong here if you're not on the ball, really. And here comes the race leader, who'll be sure to get him out of the way as soon as possible, at least for another lap. But there we go, the pit stop's just filtering out then. It looks like Sophie Jones is resumed in the lead of LMP2. Coloxai is in. So it looks like there's a driver change at the 21. Moynier has retaken second position then. About 50 seconds down, though, on Sophie Jones. Then
So
it looks
go on.
No, never mind. It's just like, how is my summary so far of what's been happening? Oh, it's all right. Yeah. There we go. Looks like Zidzi is getting on board the 66.
Yeah.
Says, whoa, Delhi goes well off. And that could be a disconnection for the 753 Paul Street boys, GD3. That looks bad for Adeli.
Tom,
no, it's back there.
Oh, there he is.
It was our end. It may have been a problem on our end. But anyway, he's retired. He's got back onto the track at least.
I'll tell you what, Ed, though. Tom Dillon's running in 11th position at the moment. And how long's left on his stint?
Ooh, I think he just came in the pits, didn't he? Because everyone in LMP2 pit within the same 2 laps, basically. So Dylan, let's have a look. I can actually tell you, he's been on his tyres 6 laps. No,
it's on his first lap. He's on an out lap.
Oh, no, that's the tyre. That's the gap to the overall lead. Yeah. So he was on 19. His tyres 19 laps the previous stint. It says.
Is it actually? I wonder if if he isn't there for the start of the FE, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, people have had to, in the 24-hour races, people have had to deal with like a empty commentary box when we've all been asleep. And unless Mia Rose wants a new career in commentary, and we have an Australian commentary team. We tried to get an American commentary team together, and I think we failed because none of them shown up. So, well, I mean, I consider that my failure, even though they didn't show up.
I'll do the night shift in Bahrain. Oh, I've said that now.
You don't. I won't hold you to that. As all Zitty.
When is it anyway?
Somewhere in October.
Probably will be because of Japan, to be fair. So.
I bought one of the lollipops I had left over from Cub Scouts, and it's already started to melt in the sun. The wrapper. So let's hope it tastes okay. Can I come with a lollipop in my mouth? Oh, maybe.
While Shirley Temple eats the lollipop as it comes through, I hope everybody gets that reference, by the way. That Shirley Temple sang lollipop.
Lollipop. Oh, lollipop. It's hard to sing with a lollipop in your mouth.
Ed, I can't
melted
see.
Lollipop.
I can't see you, Ed, but all I'm imagining is you right now in a pink dress with blonde pigtail hair dancing up and down. I can see it.
Isn't that
so
what you
clearly.
always imagine? Regardless of the scenario?
Quite a lot of the time.
Well,
yeah.
looks like Zidzi in the 66 has abandoned ship and gone for a new set of tyres. That's hopefully what's happening here. There's nothing more serious. But the 66 didn't have a clean stint, that's for sure.
Do you know what? I'm really impressed with my laptop, considering that it's actually saving this really quickly. And I know I shouldn't say that, but it's halfway. Usually, a half an hour show takes about 40, 50 minutes to save. It saved half of that in about 5 minutes. I'm really impressed with my laptop.
I'm not sure what exactly, but it looks like we've got a different tyre compound that I've never seen before appear.
Which one?
Grey.
Where is that?
Oh, was Torino's on the grey tyres? Is that what you mean?
Zidzi.
Okay, that might be a
position's
bit of the wall that Zidzi hit earlier. Zidzi's in 11th overall. Let's have a look.
Blue on my end.
Yeah, there you
says,
go.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Yeah, it says
They're green on my end. No, blue. Sorry, like
they
Josh
got the blue sidewall, but then when you actually go to click on the tyre information, it's grey.
Was it? He's right.
Is it some kind of mixed set, maybe?
That's purple.
Hang on a minute. Are you telling me that there was more to this race view than met the eye? Have I been here for over a year and I just now find out that this is the stint thing?
Well, you know.
I don't know anymore. I'm retiring.
Oh dear. Well, if you retire, then it's just me, Ryan, and that's about it.
Zoltan
maybe
Hives.
Tom's.
Look at Zoltan Hives. He had the grey tyre on in the first stint he did. Lap 1. Only did 1 lap on that grey tyre. But yeah, he's right, it's there.
The gap, less than 20 seconds, by the way.
There's no like
Between Hives and Feature.
there's no like qualifying tyre that they're accidentally putting on or something.
Oh, imagine.
I think that might be the green is supposed to be the soft, isn't it? The blue's the harder tyre, or the mediums. And maybe the grey is the hard tyre, I don't know. And the purple is the mixed set. No, yellow is the yellow and red are the wet and the intakes, aren't they?
I had it saved somewhere. I can't remember.
Blue or hard? It was pinned, wasn't it, in the commentators' chat by...
Somewhere, yeah. This will mean nothing to the spectating public, of course, but...
No, we're just talking.
They're all probably gone to sleep by now and ordered this. Bash is about 5 seconds behind Sederland in the 139 and catching. So that could be quite interesting, because Bash has now got on board the 66 and is showing much better pace than those ahead. In fact, the car he's catching is actually a 975, which is an LMP1. He's set a lap time 4 seconds faster than the LMP1 in front of him. That is incredible. But he's also catching Sederland, who's only about a few seconds up the road from that.
Ed, you can help me out here. I've just been told that for the last hour, as I'm commentating on the IndyCar quali, there will be some techno magic that hopefully will work, where I can act as a pit reporter for you.
I was in Formula 1. Or...
Yeah, no, from IndyCar, I'll be commentating IndyCar
Whoa!
quality, but
Going there,
because
going really off.
the IndyCar quality won't be live, so I can stay on this broadcast, but in a pit reporter role.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I can
I'm
hop in every 5 minutes or so.
sure Tom and myself will appreciate that.
Yes.
So I've just had some something from Tom Dillon.
Yes.
Actually, no, not Tom. It was Chris Tompkins who sent it to me. And I wondered why the actual sidewalls of the tyres looked different. That's because they've moved on our factor. They've moved from the Michelin tyre compounds to Goodyear, which could also be the same reason why we're seeing different colours appear on the race view. Oh, and that's us.
It's Nuvoli being lapped by second place Hives. Simpson being lapped as well.
Yeah, and for a moment then I thought there was actually a front end missing on Simpson's car, but then it just rendered in last second.
Yeah, so Vash is really... It looks almost like Nuvoli's been held up by Sutherland, and that has allowed Vash to catch both of them, interestingly. And Tom Dillon is only about 51 seconds up the road from this. Dillon holding on to 10th at the end. Yeah, top 10 for Tom Dillon isn't too bad for Eden game, especially considering what happened with 27 earlier. So they may not finish on the podium, but it could be a more realistic showing of where Eden game we're at in this race. Taken down a bit. I mean, because we both got taken out in GT3, so I guess there's no rivalry anymore. I'm thinking after this that our team probably will want to begging us to make an LMP2 or LMP1 squad so that we just don't get taken out by the LMPs. But I think if you're joining Championship and you want some experience, you go to GT3, don't you? That seems to be...
G3, then go up to LMP2, then go to LMP1.
Alarm in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly
Is that you?
No, nothing like that. That's totally not. I went to get coffee, I told him.
Are you cooking again, Ed?
What? It's just Breaking Bad all of a sudden. Not that
the
kind of
series, I really need to finish that.
I've been watching Better Call Saul actually, because the final half of the final season of Better Call Saul is coming out at the moment, and it's very, very good.
See, I watched Breaking Bad years ago, but I've never watched Better Call Saul.
I haven't seen Better Call Saul either, but apparently it's really good.
It is really good. It's really well written. Obviously, because it's a prequel, you sort of know what happens to some of the characters, like Bob Odenkirk is Saul Goodman / Jimmy McGill. So, there's Vash getting through past Sutherland there. I think that was Sutherland. Yeah, he just passed on screen.
Yeah.
So we sort of completely fell asleep there and missed that. But
we were talking about Breaking Bad.
We were, yes. My brother's actually instead of been rewatching the whole series of Breaking Bad over the last couple of weeks.
Let's try again, shall we, Mr. Voice? Hello. I've been watching House.
I used to love watching that.
Yeah, I've got to series 4, but I haven't watched it in about a week or two because I've been so busy. But I'm going to start up again. But I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it.
The one thing I found amusing with House was when one of the final diagnostics that someone had was actually something that I had myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, someone in it ended up their final diagnostic was Hanuk Shearline Papera, which isn't too bad in young people, but the older you get, apparently the more violent it can be. And yeah, it's when I was like, I've had that.
It's just like your life.
Sutherland
hits the back of the Wall Street Boys GD3, and that won't help him get back on song with Thomas Vash at all. Thomas Vash is going to disappear up the road now.
I'll tell you what, Chris Thompson's going to edit that with somebody. What's going? There's a big whack on the side, isn't it?
That was happening in the British touring cars as well, like with the Subaru, people kept hitting us in the back, didn't they? The full focus has terrible brakes in that. And it was the Frino Von too, funnily enough.
I just don't use them, that's why.
It's a bit more excusable because the brakes on the LMPs are, you can brake a lot later in this, so it makes sense why that would happen. But.
I mean, it's a Ford. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything better than poor build quality.
You know what Ford stands for? Fix or repair daily. Although the Ford Capri stands for car you always promised yourself. So.
It was there's so many for Ford. It was fix or repair daily, found on roadside dead, failure of research and development.
Lotus had a great one, which was lots of trouble, usually serious.
Fiat, fix it again, Tony.
Or is it Alpha? Just never finished it because you never get to destination, so that's why it's just Alpha instead of Alfa Romeo.
That's clever, actually.
I quite liked it, yeah. I miss Alpha.
Or just generally? Because they're in
Just
Formula One, you know.
I know,
They haven't exactly gone away.
Just generally, I wish we've owned an Alpha before. I wish we did. That would be brilliant. I think we've had a Fiat.
That looks sick.
Oh, and is that an Iris caught up in that?
That's
Simpson in the middle of the road in the 490 ATR Falcons car.
Simpson!
Who is that bullring drone sweepers? Oh, it's Andre Simpson, one of your drones from ATR Falcons.
But it looks like maybe collected by the Iris car, so we might let him off on that one.
Well, I'm trying to do Simpsons impressions with a lollipop in my mouth. Didn't think I'd cross that bingo off today.
Taking candy from a baby. Who shot Edward Hunter? That's going to be our season finale.
Okay, so that's going to be a long bar in 24 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, but then we're going to go on such a long break and we'll reveal the shot.
You see, Edward shot himself somehow from space. I like to hear that theory.
We can always just, if a commentator ever leaves us here on EERC, we should make it like Poochie. Just leaves and it was
I
killed
have to go
back to
now.
a planet.
My planet needs me. Wow. Yeah, so Edward had a home planet, I guess.
Well, we were just saying earlier that we reckon you're not quite human, the amount of commentary you do.
Well, that's rich going from you, Josh.
Whoa!
It's Kevin Beach's spins just going into the carousel. Again,
I was told by somebody once that I do not sleep, I just commentate. That's pretty much true. I'm always around. I've been more busy this year than any other, and my voice is paying the price of it in this heat. I would be very surprised if I make it to the summer break in time, but I don't get a summer break every single weekend. My next free weekend is...
Christmas Day?
No, November 26th. That's the first one I'm free. So at the end of the F1 season, November 20th, that's it. Nothing for the rest of the year.
You would pay the price for your lack of vision. Or lack of holiday breaks.
I did want to go on holiday, but unfortunately I can't.
I commentated while I'm on holiday. I did that in Scotland once.
Yes, yeah. And Scarborough, of course. You've been there for Formula E. Yeah.
Sort of holiday, I guess.
It's different.
It did snow, to be fair. I have an excuse. It snowed
Was that
very...
in Rome? Were you in Rome again, weren't you? And
Well, that was when we
snowed.
had the Silverstone round. It was back in April, I think.
Yes, I remember that one. Apparently I'm being told I'm in.
In where? In like Flynn?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know where that's come from. Oh, hang on, I know. It's a group chat. I was just wondering why I was being told.
Like a random mob boss group chat. Like, you're in, Birch. We need you for a special job. We're gonna...
Oh, I know what it is. I'm needed on the football team.
Okay.
I don't play, but it's a friend's three-a-side that we play.
Three-a-side?
One goes in goal, two of us go and get the ball.
You know, I have a kid in Cub Scouts he always wants to play football, but he wants to... I have a whistle that I use for Cub Scouts, and he wants to blow the whistle and do the refereeing stuff. He enjoys that more than actually playing football. But I mean, it's him being involved, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'd rather him be like that than... We did an evening where we were trying to build like cardboard box ovens using cardboard boxes, foil and wire, and that actually worked pretty well. But he had no interest in building the cardboard box oven. He'd like a bunch of like tape and turn it into a big ball, and he plays football with that. And generally messed about for like an hour.
I'm gonna have to leave soon to set up for the pre-show for Formula E, but I'll leave you with. I'll leave you with the story about the whistle. Was that I was once, like at primary school and all that lot. There was always football matches during half or the break times. I I refereed one of them one day because that's what we used to do. And I had a whistle. And of course the teachers had whistles. So I blew the whistle to stop the match.
Oh, that's the iris going off, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, looks like the 87 in more trouble.
Oh, and it's collided
off.
with the 1-5. Is that 153? Or 753?
Oh, that's...
Oh.
Paul Street Boys, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
it has PBS. Yeah, Paul Street Boys.
Yeah, it's lagging a lot for me, so I'm sort of
Yeah.
looking at this quite delayed compared to you guys. But yeah, they collide just at the entrance of the carousel, I think.
And there's turn one.
Turn one.
Oh, turn one, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, to finish... Oh, another one off.
And that's a Muganov.
88.
Oh, yeah, it's the two class leaders in GD3.
Oh, God.
But the
Just start
88
preparing to leave.
Just took a shortcut to get to
Yeah.
the pits, I think. But I wonder if Pribic Zolt has got some kind of bigger issue on that car. Shall we have a look? See if
Should
the
do.
steering is alright. He's probably coming into the pits now. Yeah, he's going straight for the pit
Oh
lane.
yeah. It's like
Oh, it's crabbing.
nearly 90 degrees.
So does this open the door then for Mario Valencia, who's sort of risen by stealth through this race? The 444 could find itself in second place or even in the lead if the 87 has that significant damage. That could really set the cat amongst
Yeah.
the pigeons.
Yeah, just quick, because I'm going to have to dash off a sec. But to
Great
finish
news
that
as well
story...
for number
Go on.
16 too.
Yeah, to finish that story, yeah, blew the whistle on the pitch in front of all the school who were having their break time. And because the teachers had the similar whistle, everybody stopped. I had so much power that I just blew it again. They continued because they'd all realised what was going on. And sadly, whistles were never used again in the football pitch. But I was a bit of power, and I like that. It's like everyone was under my control. Anyway,
So that's why you started this whole commentary thing, Josh, so that you
Yes.
just had to do what you said.
absolutely.
Is that
Now-
what this is really about? Control.
Yes. Now, Mr. Hunter, I expect you in the commentary box at 5 to the hour.
Okay. Which hour?
This one coming up.
Alright,
6, 5 to 6.
Okay, you'll just have to nag me at the time, I guess.
I will. And no worries if you can't make it. Megan will be here. So no worries if you're late.
Well, I want to watch it, but only because I want to see the full race.
Oh! Say again?
Oh, yeah, that looks like one of the irises
Yeah.
in trouble.
Oh no, I don't think it's the Irish. It's the
It's Arda Erkan's car. It's the 47, yeah. Staying wide at the carousel.
On that note, I will disappear. Thanks for everything. I will see you later.
See you later,
No.
Josh.
Bye-bye, everyone.
yeah.
You're right, you might want to... Oh! Get in contact with Tom. That's me reacting really late because Arda Erkan's finally showed up going wide on my actual monitor rather than on my phone. Yeah, there we go. I need to get this lollipop out because it's just a stick now. Josh leaves and I run out of lollipop. Typical. But it's been an interesting stint. Not the most exciting, but a few things happening here and there. The big drama really has been GD3, hasn't it? As Zolt in the 88 has dropped back down to 6th after doing all that work to climb back up. Toff is pit now as well. Pajad is somehow still in the lead, but I imagine by the time the pit stops filter out, it might not be as big as it was before. He's leading by about 70 seconds over Toff at the moment, but Toff is yet to leave the pits. Valencia, I think, might actually jump Toff, so let's have a look at that, shall we? If we can.
Valencia's coming to the pits of South.
Ah, well, that puts paid to that then. Just as I say that. Yeah, there he is in the Marmite car.
I assume this could be a driver change, maybe?
Could be. He's been in since the beginning, hasn't he? And we're about just over halfway through. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Ooh, a little off by Erkan again, actually. Get it under control.
Well, Erkan getting tripped over by the GT3 car then, and actually going off at the carousel as a result of that. It just looked like the GT3 had got a handful of understeer just as Erkan was trying to go around the outside. Oh, and we have a GT3 car without a rear wing, so I think that is the car that was...
Oh, that's the 787. It looks like he's lost a wheel as well because it's sparking on the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah, I think that is the car that,
Oh, and into the wall he goes.
that Erkan was actually behind trying to lap. So we saw Erkan off the track. So was there a coming together as we cut away?
Area Morsaka. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the Scuderia Moriara. of Michael Costa, the 787, which was actually, of course, running in the top 4 as well. So that's a big blow for them. So it's surprising there's no Code 80. They seem to have lost interest in doing those these days.
They're overrated.
Yeah, that's true. As per result, reemerges from the pits in 7th, but I have a feeling he might gain a place due to Costa having to come in to do a repair job of his own. There's Homewood's coming in now as well. Oh, it's coming out now. Costa has made it into the pits, I think, actually, because he only had a little bit to go. And now Nick Conan is in too, just behind him. Is it okay if I just go and clean up a little bit of my desk? Yeah, I got. Yep. While I was in Scotland, I had a little. I bought a last year, I think, or it might have been the year before. I bought a little coaster that's puns about sheep and cattle and stuff, and it's a sheep on the back of a cart driven with a donkey pulling it, with an L plate on it, and it says "Form U La One." So it's a terrible pun, and that was what I was using to balance my coffee cup so I didn't stain the wood. But anyway, I better go put this back downstairs just to clean up the mess, so it saves a bit of time later on. But I'll be back very shortly, right? As Mikel Costa had to reverse there, I noticed, to get into his pit box at the 787. The pain continues, really. Yeah,
indeed, and had to reverse pretty much half the distance of the pit lane to get back into the pit box. As we look at the 7th place Mugen in GT3, but then swapping towards the number 60 Orica over Sophia Jones. Still leading the Lmp2 category, and by some margin over Loic Munier of 34.2 seconds. And how is Sophia doing in terms of this current stint? So done 17 laps on the current stint, and on average about 20 laps is a stint, so we can expect to see that car coming in a few laps time. As we look to Mugen of Zoltan Hives, the gap's actually come down to the lead now. It's now 21.5 seconds, so slowly coming down. Obviously, towards the start of the stint, it was actually some 26 seconds. And this is getting very tight, as it looks like. That looks to be one of the Aston Martins in trouble. I think that's one of the tops. In the Team Imperium car that was struggling. Yes, indeed, it was the number 16. And off and into the barrier there, coasting along the straight, and it seems to be clipping a bit there, but into the pits is Team Iris, and it's Stanislav Pajad.
Right. Oh, hey, I'm back.
As always, stuff happens whilst you're gone.
I wasn't gone for that long. I didn't feel that.
So,
oh dear, Toff is out.
Yeah, Toff.
Championship leader. And Nick Homer gets on board the 444 as well. This really opens up third place wide open. Sandak in the 93. The Boyd Transport team might now be the favourites to take that third position. Actually result almost a lap down on them. Getting very, very exciting indeed in GD3. LMP2 and LMP1 seem to calm down a lot, although Fuche has sort of built up a pretty big lead now over the rest of the field, isn't he?
Indeed. Although saying that, I was actually, I was only just commenting on the fact that actually the gap has come down to 21 seconds. Or just over 21 seconds.
Hives has kept Arthur Fuche very, very honest indeed. But Fuche, like we saw in Bud, has done a pretty good job of... He's not quite as quick as Jansen Bintz, but he's been up there, you know? And his lap times are very comparable to what Hives has been setting.
And both front runners running mixed compounds as well.
Indeed. It seems to be the strategy to go because both of them making it work and pulling away from everyone else. And Voli comes into the pits. Do we switch to the intervals to make the race seem closer than it actually is rather than the gap to next? There we go. Oh no, I mean, gap to lead. Oh, no, change it back, wouldn't I?
It's the Team Imperium LMP2 getting very, very crossed up going into Canada.
Yeah, well, good save there by Norbert Major. I still think it hasn't come in for a driver change yet, so that's pretty impressive. They might have to do it at some point, it's just to go within the rules. To stay within them, rather.
Arda Erkan's just set a personal best lap.
Yeah, he has. Moynier is at the fastest lap in LMP2. Hives at the fastest lap in LMP1, though.
And but David Kolokshai is actually putting in some pretty good laps, and again, Erkan putting in another personal best as we see. I think is that a Reading Games GT LMP2 car.
Oh dear, yes.
I think it sounds like there's someone else off in. So that's Canada. I think that's Canada corner.
That's not Tom Dillon, is it? He was just ahead of Rash, wasn't he?
Because it sounded like there was another car in the gravel trap, possibly.
It was Mazumda who went off there. Sorry, not Tom Dillon. As people on the screen could see, and I would be able to see if my thing wasn't lagging so horribly, which is slightly annoying, but I'll just make the best of it.
I'm just going to quickly grab a drink because my...
Sure thing. I don't blame it. So anyway, lap 103. And the 87 leads the 444 by 89 seconds in GD3. The number 360 leads the 77 by 38 seconds in RB2. And Tom Dillon is in the wall now in the number 13. So I was predicting the future somewhat unintentionally there. He's gone off in an odd place as well on the exit of turn 4. He's got it all wrong there. And that's the man running 5th in class 2. That's like Vash really closed back in on him. Big mistake there from Tom Dillon, and he has to go wide again. Wanted. Pribek Zolt is now back up to 5th position in the 88 after Toth's retirement. He's also overtaken O'Delly. He's also hit trouble. Oh, Mazumda really in the boonies now. What happened to him? Can't really say. Going to keep it on the road at the moment is Ryan. Adeli, he's got 2 LMP2s either side of him, but somehow survives that encounter without being hit by either of them. But this is a particularly bad circuit for traffic. I think this is the constant high speeds as well. That you don't really want to be side by side with like 3 different classes on a high speed track with very narrow braking zones. Bunches everyone together. As Kevin Beaches goes off and continues. I think he's done that move before. Sophie Jones has been very impressive so far in LMP2. There she is continuing the 360 as Mazumda makes it back to the pit lane. Zolt now just 2 seconds behind Alex Model, so really flying out there. Has that Ryan back?
Yes, it is indeed.
Yeah, so Zolt has gotten ahead of Delhi because of Costa and I think because of Costa and the 2 Imperium 16 hitting trouble and 16 retiring specifically, Zolt's been able to sort of get back from 7th to 5th, and now he's about 2 seconds behind Alexander Modal in the 119, which is of course it's the OSR Elite Endurance, of course. I believe that might actually be the same car we saw stuck by the side of the road earlier, so that is quite a turn up to see it ahead of the 88, which has had 2 big accidents in this race from what I can recall. Uncharacteristically messy by the Mugen 88, the reigning champions, let's not forget. But they are a bit rusty, having missed a couple of rounds.
So Tom Dillon is in the pits, I noticed.
Yeah. He did go off, actually. Into the exit of turn 4, so he sort of... something happened to him there, we didn't really see what. But, yeah, Zolt looking very close to the back of that Ferrari then. And Alexander Modal do to hold on to that 4th position. I can't imagine he can do very much, to be honest. 33 getting in between them. Really feels like the 33 struggled to recover from that earlier setback. Fabian Ballet is now at the wheel. He's setting pretty decent lap times, 1:49.9 on that last lap. But it's hard to really see the 33 decent finish here. Oh, Modal seems to have made a mistake because Salt is all over the back of him now. Fast. Oh, here we go. He's gone very wide now indeed. And Zolt has got alongside. And there's the LMP2 trying to for free wide. They go. But Zolt is through and into that 4th position, even dipping a wheel on the grass there as he approaches the end of the corner. And that was pretty brave there by Pribek Zolt, the Hungarian. I've mistakenly called him Zolt Pribek because there are a lot of Zolts in this series as we've talked about before. But he is of course Pribek Zolt. But anyway, that's 4th his now. And 91 seconds to Sandak. So the 93 Boyd Transport have actually done a really good job to build the gap that they've got. It will take Zolt a while, almost 2.5 hours exactly, really, to close down a 93-second gap, unless the 93 makes a big error. But yeah, almost as big as the gap to between Sandak and, well, Sandak home is a lap, but between Pajald and home for the lead as all Zolt goes off, trying to push as hard as he can, really, because he knows he's got to do that to close the gap down. There can. Oh, is Arthur Fucci just threading his way through the back markers.
That gap is still coming down. It's down to just under 18 seconds now, I believe.
It is, as Jeffrey Ellis comes into the pits. Thomas Abascal the Rascal, gets on board the 45 into the points LMP1 for the first time. But that's going to be quite fun, seeing Abascal the Rascal in action. Linus Lundvall is in as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th in LMP1. Hive sets the fastest first sector of the race, 37.959. So great to see Mugen still pushing for the win this late on. Moynier is in as well, as is Guzowski for the Boyd Transport Racing team.
And yeah, that first sector of high is nearly a full second quicker than Arthur Fucci.
Yeah, there's Kaloksai. Now it moves up to 2nd with Moynier stationary in the pit lane. Moynier was going to try and undercut, I guess, to stay ahead of Site. And in fact, there he is, just coming out of the pits like Moynier. The leader, Sophie Jones in LMP2. So it'll be interesting to see what Jones does here as Fucci pits from the lead, which will hand it to Hives, of course. Going to staying out of a lap. It seems like 360 are trying to extend the gap here. Or Sophie Jones will have to let the LMP1 through, of course.
and that is yeah, it was that Jeffrey Ellis that's just gone off.
Yeah, just behind the 21, isn't he?
Yeah.
The rookie monsters car is only about 19 seconds out of Lundvall. He's not pulled away quite like I thought he would.
There's one of the Formula 1 racing cars in.
Maurice Sutherland getting on board the 139. Sandak. Great result for Boyd Transport to take that third place. But 2.5 hours to go. I sort of wouldn't bet against the 88 catching. They've already got the gap down to, what's that, 86 seconds?
David Kolokshai now in as well for Newton.
Yep, so that's him have to respond to Moynier. Bash. Well, Bash is a lap down, of course, yeah. So Bash back onto the same lap then. Has been catching. This has been a good stint from Vash because he's really made his way through the tail end of the field. Jones in as well from the overall lead in Lmp2. Any important messages that I've missed in the chat or anything? There was one decision about 20 minutes ago from lap 72. Incident involving OSR Elite Endurance Team 2, or number 119, and Frinavond 139. Drive through for Frinavond 139 for causing a collision while lapping. So there we go. Nick Homer disappears, and immediately Chris Tompkins gives a stewarding penalty to the Frinavond squad. Meanwhile, I think Liam Rance has been doing his go-karting, 24-hour go-karting at Le Mans, which is, I've not heard too much about how that's been going because obviously Liam's been in the car. Eric Amadi realised about an hour ago that the team that took the Alliance Motorsport team that took out our car has been disqualified. As we see a GD3 going really wide at the final corner there.
That looks like the
Wall Street Boys.
yeah, Wall Street Boys. You got Zoltan Toth in the moving car now.
Yeah, so Toth back in as he was at the beginning.
I don't know quite what's happened there because obviously it takes a bit longer to do a driver change, but that gap was 17 seconds. And it's now gone up to 41.
Hives have been in a long while. I think it was I think the fact that they've kept Future has been in how long? Let me have a look. He's done a 19 lap stint and 18 laps. No, he's done two 21 lap stints. And he's in the middle of a stint where he's done 2 laps.
Ooh, and that's
Toff has done 2 20 lap stints and he's in the middle of a stint where he's done 1 lap. Yeah, there you go. That looks like the race leader in GD3 going slowly. I hope it's not lagging too badly on your end, everyone.
no, it's okay for me, I guess.
Not already checked the chat because it would just be another thing that would lag up my computer and make it difficult to watch the race. So, too many big close battles in the top 7 in either class, to be honest, at the moment. Although a good strategic battle in LMP2, certainly. Christian really starting to fill the ring. Now we have to book in, well, we didn't have to, but we chose to book in some air rifle shooting with the Cub Scouts on Tuesday at a campsite nearby, and I didn't realise, I'd forgotten how much, you have to sort of get loads and loads of permission slips, and you have to have a risk assessment, and you have to, I've forgotten how much prep and work goes into that sort of thing, so it's probably, because I thought, we've not done any kind of camping in ages because of COVID or anything like that, and then I was like, well, maybe this is why, 'cause I'm lazy, and I didn't want to do all this admin, but anyway, I'm looking forward to that, but certainly it's a few days off, so I'll focus on this in the meantime. 5-2, so I'm only going to be on for about another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much signing off at that time as well.
Modal has dropped about 11 seconds off the back of Zolt. Ooh, as Tom Dillon goes a little bit wide again, but still running in a decent enough sixth position behind Owen Andre Kilhausvik and into the points number 47. Moynier leads in the 77, so am I right in thinking Moynier has jumped Jones in the pit stop, or is Moynier does not stopped yet?
Let's have a look.
Oh, is that Moynier coming in now?
No, Moynier's not. Oh, what's
Bash actually coming in.
That's
there.
the Porsche
Yeah, it was
boys.
Moynier who just went off, but yeah, it was.
Oh!
And he's in a dangerous position. Oh, and he gets hit and collected by the number 15, Team Imperium. And is that the? It was another GD3 that hit him. I didn't see who, but the Team Imperium car's missing the wheel. Oh, and one of the LMP1s coming through as well. That was really unfortunate. It was Delhi who got collected there. And the 6th in class runner, who was 6th in class? That would be the 787 of Costa, who collected them as well. So 4 cars involved in that incident then. So really unfortunate there.
It looks like it has some slight damage as well.
Surprised
So
no code. Yeah, Norbert Major's going on about our front wheel. The Delhi's missing the rear wing and the steering's badly damaged. Yeah, the problem with these accidents is they breed more accidents, don't they? Because the stragglers are desperately trying to get back to the pits. As we look at Delhi, knocking some advertising hoarding onto the track. Stewards feel like
Slow
they're half
car,
asleep.
second to last corner.
There you go. So, a bit unfortunate, really, isn't it, that happened? Because it didn't seem intentional. Delhi messed up and got collected by 4 other cars. Irish 66 having a driver change. Demir Kuratko is getting on board as Andre Simpson goes deep in the gravel at the final corner again.
yeah,
It's Simpson, eh? I'm never gonna get tired of that joke. But looks like Delhi's made it to the pits as well.
Clear.
Yeah, that's a race direction responding to that. Yeah, more bad luck for Costa then. That's the second incident, really, that I've seen him get collected in. Shame, because he was sort of fighting for the podium before that happened.
indeed. As we look to Bijad, isn't that the
Yep.
number 1 Iris?
Yeah, relatively trouble-free run so far, hasn't it? Apart from, there was one incident earlier, I think they might have sustained a little bit of damage, but it wasn't anything too serious. In fact, we could go on board and have a look with the 87 now, just to make sure. Seems like they're going most of the right way in a straight line. Senna's loud, at least. Talking about Primavera, no, Ballet rather, as Jones gets a penalty. Somewhat unsurprisingly for causing those incidents. Gzowski goes wide at, that looks like, yeah, near the back, that's Canada corner he just went wide at. Going goes about 2 laps behind Nick Conan, down in 13th position. Jones, who's slowly but surely catching Moynier on the fresher tyres. Look, actually. Pressure those tyres, maybe. Jones has been on about 3 laps. Oh, and Moynier's been on his about 5 laps. So it might be they're doing different things with the fuel. I'm not reacting to things, that's because it's lagging on me and I'm trying to reset the stream desperately on my end to sort of... I figured out that instead of disconnecting and taking ages to reconnect, I can go to the decoder and just change the software hardware setting. So I've been switching between the two. I don't think either are particularly great. Constant FPS, see if that fixes my problem.
And Costa now exits the pit lane, obviously lost out a fair chunk of time for those repairs.
Yeah, he's behind Simpson now, actually, Andre Simpson. So ATR Falcons are looking good for a top 6 at the moment. With Andre Kilhausvik, the 47 has been going very well in this race, it must be said. Only 2 seconds down on Gio Nivoli in the Lmp1, the 975 Bad Wolves. But only about, might be 102 seconds then behind David Coloxa, I guess, as we see on stream. Oh no, it'd be about 117. Like somebody went off there. Right, see who. I would be very surprised if there wasn't any penalty for the Daly incident or something, but it could be just deemed a racing incident that Daly sort of crashed at a bad place with really high speed and no one could avoid him in time. Sophie Jones. Of Moynier's slowed somewhat. In fact, Moynier faster than Sophie Jones on the last lap, 1:48.6 compared to 1:49.0. Traffic playing its part, but still. Major still in the pits, by the way, repairing his car.
Yeah.
Having it repaired. I don't think he's actively involved in the repair process. I think he's just sitting in it and waiting. Gap between Jones and Moynier 3 seconds now. Last lap 1:50.6 for Moynier, 1:50.1 for Sophie Jones. Sophie Jones in action then.
Ooh, and Zoltan Top setting the fastest final sector.
Yeah, 29.20. Very good. The lap 3 seconds faster than Arthur Fuchs in front of him. So the gap about 45 seconds or so. Oh, was there a penalty that flashed up on screen there? I didn't see who that was for. Oh, that might have been just the fastest lap from someone.
But yeah, not sure how that gap managed to get to 45 seconds.
And Jones coming in before Moynier. So is this another undercut attempt from 360 Motorsports? Or are they changing driver here? Because Sophie Jones has been in a while.
Yeah, I assume it would be a driver change.
Definitely going to lose position to Coloxai, but they've got a pretty good gap to Kilhausvik. They might be able to maintain third position here. As Kevin Beeches is rejoining the track there.
Into pit lane as well.
It was a quick stop. It was just a splash and dash with Sophie Jones with some new tyres. So that again. Actually, still 12 seconds ahead of Coloxai. Yellow in the final sector. Not sure what that's about, right? Right, so I've got another 10 minutes before I have to get home in.
And I will probably do the same as well.
Yeah, but it's been nice hanging out with you again, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I should put more effort into hanging out with the Downforce Radio guys. Because they've all been very supportive over the years. Especially since I met you guys during the pandemic, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, and with our...
Yeah, it's been great having seeing Jake doing all sorts of commentary things.
Oh yeah, he's been definitely keeping himself busy.
Didn't he say that he'd secured something with Formula? That he was doing the coverage with Eurosport for Marrakesh, wasn't he?
Oh yes, he was doing the presenting and some of that stuff for Eurosport for Formula E.
I believe Darren Adetosai, who did the talent call for Formula E, she was the first talent call winner as a presenter, and she mainly does a lot of their Instagram stuff, to be honest, which, you know, is what she likes doing, and she's very good at it. But she did get on Eurosport once, I think, so like for this like one little interview or something. So it's good that they do use her occasionally for just more than just social media stuff. But she's a very good presenter. And except for competition, the way the competition was worded, it made it sound like we were competing for a spot on TV, but I digress. But anyway, apparently, one of my friends from Indonesia, Aisha, who works at Formula E Zone, went to the Jakarta Replay and met Darren, and Darren said, "Oh, say hi to Ed for me." So she remembered who I was, which is quite nice from all the talent call stuff.
Or if you're talking about Formula E, you could say I digressy.
Yeah. There we go. There's like one of the reading game cars. It might have been Tom Dillon just having a bit of a grass cutting moment there himself. Actually, as Sandak drops behind Modal and Zolt now as he makes his pit stop. But of course, is this an unscheduled stop for Sandak? Because he did have a big gap, didn't he? It was starting to be cut into, but it's a long stop for Sandak. Could be a driver change maybe for the 93. There he is, just getting going again. Bit like a long stop though. 2:18 that last lap. That includes the trip into the pit lane. Doesn't tell us how long he was stationary for. Like, we're going to end this stint of commentary not with a bang, but with a whimper. So we might want to get Tom. Now might be a good time to reach out to Tom Dillon. Okay, right.
Yeah, but he's in the car.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I hadn't thought this through that much.
I was like, because everyone was saying, oh yeah, but we need to get Tom Dillon ready. I was like, hang on a minute, isn't he driving?
This is a problem created by the fact that we just don't have enough commentators. So Josh wants me to help him do like Formula E commentary. It's just like, well, that's two of the 3 or 4 commentators that we have available that are not there. So yeah.
And I gotta sort out cooking myself some dinner before before I'm racing
wouldn't make
at 8
sense
o'clock.
for you to starve to death. Exactly. Yeah. No sense to race on an empty stomach.
Yeah.
But this is Costa battling with position.
For position.
With Simpson, and up the inside of Canada corner he goes. There wasn't much that Andre Simpson had in response to that, and they've got the Lmp all over the back of him too.
Doing a spot of grass cutting.
Yeah, well, that's one way to overtake the Lmp. I can see what they mean now by these prototype drivers aren't particularly. I think they said my Underboat Simulator chat about why can't we. Next time I want to drive a LMP1 prototype, and it's like, yeah. Well, the only reason we didn't do LMP2 is because the field was full, and I think LMP1 was quite full as well, going into this round. But given that only about 7 LMP1 showed up, that might be the safer bet. Could do LMP2 if there's enough space. We also don't have a livery for the prototype cars yet. I'm sure that'd be easy enough for Nick Homewood to get together for us.
Indeed, as we see the bottling car going past position 5.
So we did see a change for a change of position.
Yep.
Between the 787 and the 490 before we had to go off.
Yep.
I'm sure there'll be many more while we're away. At least from Tom Dillon himself, still running up there in the top 6, which isn't too bad, all things considered. Their rivals Finnavon in the 139 to the tune of 20 seconds. Loxai only about 13 seconds behind Sophie Jones. Kevin Beeches arrives backwards onto the straight and has a little hissy fit with the WeatherTech advertising. No harm done. As Erdely makes another pit stop. 3 minutes to go then until I leave, and then we'll just have 2 hours remaining. If we come back for, I guess, the final half hour maybe, because I have to eat dinner once before we race. As Alex Hallows gets on board the VMS Sun at its 26 and goes really wide at the final corner. So yeah, really easy when you go offline these high-speed corners to find yourself deep in the gravel or in the wall if you're not careful.
Trying to
That's that.
look through, and this the gaps are really big at the moment, for sure.
Yeah, makes it hard to focus too much on the race.
I think the shortest gap at the moment is 11 seconds. I think. Oh no, there's the still the Costa and Simpson, which is rapidly going up actually. After Costa making the move on Simpson, obviously recovering from the damage caused by that 4-car pile-up earlier.
Yeah, the leader in GT3 pits for Joud, which is going to allow Homewood to close in slightly unless he pits on the same lap. And I believe they're on the same strategy, so that's distinctly possible.
I'm disappointed because the amount of times we've been looking at the Marmite car and no one's made a love it or you hate it.
Yeah. I was going to make a joke about how Mia Rose, being Australian, calls it the Vegemite car, but even for me.
Oh yeah, and the Australians claim that Vegemite's so much better. And I'm like,
I always think of Men at Work, Land Down Under, the song where he mentions taking a bite out of a Vegemite sandwich for some reason. Interesting choice. I guess, is Marmite Dutch or something? Is that why Friend of One have gone for it?
I don't know, because whenever I've watched stuff,
maybe
like,
Nick can tell us afterwards.
Like I don't know, when they do like Lad Bible do Snack Wars, they always bring for the English section on. They bought on Marmite.
I think we had to redone the whole livery. We've got a good view of it there as Nick drives around. Second position, and this could be their best result of the season if they keep this up as well. So big opportunity for the 444 machine, and certainly I think number 16 won't be able to lose the championship lead, but if the 87 wins, takes the maximum points haul, which I believe is 25, is it? In this championship points? I could have a brief look at the points actually. About to leave because it's just gone 5-2.
Yeah. So I've been looking.
Josh has just sent me a message saying, "All set to call when you're ready." Okay.
I was about to say, Marmite is a British or UK brand,
so it's a Nick Homewood thing.
But was invented by a German scientist.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
That's quite interesting. I'm not sure what that's about.
We're about to disappear as we go off.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
So there we go. The race neutralised. As Victor Savinsky narrowly avoids getting hit by the VMS car and slots in right behind. But that is it for now. I'm going to go off to commentate on Formula E on Josh Birch's Motorsport channel. So you're welcome to join us there. We don't really have anyone to fill in for commentary, so we leave you with Arthur Pooch leading in LMP1 over Zoltan Toft-Smugen to the tune of 50 seconds as Fabien Ballet pits under the code 80. Loic Moynier in the Irish 77 looking set to take the 77s, I believe their second victory of the season it would be, by 29 seconds over the 360 of Jones. And of course Coloxai not far behind either, so keep your eye on those three. In GD3, Bajoud, who pits from the lead, has an almost 80-second lead over Nick Homewood. That's a second stop in a row, actually. That's quite quick in succession. So a free pit stop, I guess, for the 87. But I'll have to see how it works out, whether it ends this way, because it could have big championship implications with the number 16 out, with the number 33 struggling in LMP2, and with the 23 ahead of the 22 in LMP1. So all set to really close in the final couple of rounds. But we'll be back later for the finish. and I hope you've enjoyed so far. I've been Edward Hunter, joined by Ryan Ferris and Joshua Birch. So we'll leave you with the pleasures of the auto director as the race is set to continue once this Code 80 finishes and whatever else happened on track gets resolved. But thanks for joining us, and we'll join you again later. Bye for now.
Attention all drivers, we get back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back along. We finally got everything sorted. I have been here for about 8 minutes now, just trying to faff around to sort out the talking, but unfortunately it wasn't working in the correct channels. So we're now here, and I'm now having to commentate from the interview waiting room. So I'm going to just request kindly that any drivers don't hop up here and try and start a conversation or invited. But if you do want an interview, you can of course just pop me a message. I'm Tom Dillon. I'll be taking you through the next half an hour or so while we wait for Ed. He's just commentating on Formula E with Josh on Josh's YouTube channel. And I think it's only fair, actually, given that we've been doing EERC for they've been doing EERC for such a long time now, that we give Josh's YouTube channel a little bit of a shout out. If you do go and search in Joshua Birch on YouTube, he has got a lot of watch-alongs, and they're essentially radio commentaries of all of the major motorsports events, and they're very, very entertaining to watch, and I've been lucky enough to feature a couple of times as well, so you can look out for me on there occasionally. But does a very good job. But let's get on to the more pressing matters of this race right now. And I have been a little bit cheeky, actually. I was telling David that actually I had to go and help my grandma with something, but thankfully she's got that all sorted now, so I'm free to do ERC for a little bit longer. But here we go then. The mid-race results as I'm into the box at the moment. Zoltan Toth is leading the way from Eugene Sim Racing in the number 22. And I'm actually going to pull up the championship standings as well, so we can see how they run. Because I feel like there's going to be some interesting ramifications here. So it is the championship leaders that lead the way on track at the moment. The number 22, they lead from the number 23, who's sitting third. The number 23, of course, second on track. And then Linus Lullerville is in third for the number 74 Seawolf Net Race. And that's very good for them, actually, coming back. They have raced once this season, I believe. That was in Interlardus, and they failed to finish on that occasion. So very good to see them running in a podium position. Then it's Carl Lewis for the second placed in the championship Rookie Monsters team from Thomas Abascal, or as Ed likes to say, Abascal the Rascal, in fifth position for Into the Points Racing. And then it is Mariozzo Riccardi for Bad Wolves Yukon Raging, which is a very extravagant team name, but it's the number 975 in sixth position. And then Simon Marshall, the car disqualified, Alliant Motorsports, down in seventh position. And they were disqualified for, as Nick said, I think his wording was unacceptable driving for a guest entry. And wow, I actually nailed that. That was virtually what he said, down to the T. But anyway, let's head on to the Lmp2 standings at this juncture. As we see Sophie Jones is leading the way despite an earlier penalty in the number 60. Jay Hatch is in second for the number 77. And then it's David Clockshy from Mugen in the third position, the number 21 car. Then it's Demir Kapato for the number 66. Then it's Into the Points in fifth from Peter Schunneman in sixth position. And then it is David Martin, not in seventh anymore, actually, because I'm going to take a moment because you're actually seeing David Martin and Fabien Ballet have a bit of a battle here. And both former and current Reading Game drivers, Fabien Ballet racing in Spa earlier, not earlier in the year, last year for Reading Game. But yes, currently in seventh. With David Nastri in ninth, and then Samuel Rigo in 10th. There is a second page of LMP2. It's a really popular class. It's Nick Conan in 11th position from Dylan Platt, Alex Hallows, and Ryan Mazumda in that brand new Reading Game number 13. But down in 14th at the moment. Not the debut that they would have wanted. And then as for GT3, the Iris car, the number 87, leads the way. Nick Homewood is in a lofty second position. Always nice to see Fina Vond doing well. Then it's the number 88, the Musion car. From Makish Sandak in the Ferrari, the number 93. And it's Stan Kurvad in the 119. James Magazale is in 6th. Joseph Toff in 7th. And then Costa in the 787 in 8th. Kevin Veichers is, 8th through 10th are all DNFs, so we'll just gloss over those. And then, wow, a lot of DNFs in the GT3 class. Ryan Mazumda included, which I find rather interesting, considering Ryan Mazumda is currently driving an LMP2. So I'm not too sure how accurate that is, and I can tell you that the Hunter Birch simulation car did retire because of, I believe, the Alliant Motorsports car. I believe. Definitely not spying on their group chat. I don't think Ed would be too happy with that. But yes, anyway, we continue to look at Fabien Vallée now, gaining a little bit, I say a little bit, quite significantly on David Martin, the reading game car. And I'll give you a little bit of secret information. Really been struggling for pace throughout the day, and I'll tell you the story. Basically, David spent hours and hours and hours slaving away to make the perfect setup for the race, and he had it absolutely beautiful. It was going to be a great setup. And then they changed the car 2 days ago, and now we had to start from the drawing board. So both me and David a little bit strapped for pace, me more so than David. And I was particularly struggling in the car, but doing quite well down in... Where are we? We're in 8th, aren't we? So 8th, pretty good for a triples, I would argue. Trying to look further through the field, I have to concede, I'm looking at a very small window, so I can't really see all the gaps. There we go, I've zoomed in on Chrome. The closest battle on track is actually this, for the lead of the LMP1 field. Of course, the LMP1s being the newest additions to the series. We're in round 7 of 10 here in Road America, and they really have been a quite successful addition, particularly we've got as many LMP1 cars as we have today. I think it's 7, isn't it? It's 8, maybe 7 or 8. And no, it is 7 exactly. And well, it's always nice to see that. However, Zoltan Toth looks like, as we ride on board with the Musion driver, looks like he's actually losing a little bit of time. Remember, tyre wear and strategy is a huge factor, particularly in the series this year, due to how the tyres have been managed in the skim pack. It's pit stops, even not the tyres. It's more the pit stops and how they're managed in the skim pack. It has put a higher emphasis on tyres. But here is race leader, and we should actually do the driver box so you can see who is who, for those who perhaps aren't just watching, maybe you've stumbled upon this stream through YouTube or whatever reason, and I appreciate that makes up a significant minority of people. But actually, I do want to go back to Fabien Vallée, because he is absolutely racing along at the moment. Obviously in 7th position at the moment in class, but after having just overtaken David Martin a couple of laps ago, is now immediately having a go at Peter Schunnemann. And I raced Peter at this track in the touring cars a couple of days ago, and it was mightily fun, I can tell you that much. He knows this track very, very well and knows how to race it even more, I can tell you that much. It took quite a lot to get past him in the end, but here is Fabien Vallée. He's really gaining quite a significant amount of time, and I'll remind you that overtakes into the kink just here, the right-hander that they're heading to now, are all but banned. The driver's briefing, it was put heavy emphasis on not overtaking there, more so for the lower classes. But here we go then. Peter Schunnemann is going to find himself under a great deal of pressure from Fabien Vallée, heading down into Canada Corner, and there isn't going to be a move in the end from Vallée, as I think he just wants to bide his time a little bit here, remembering there is an hour and a half left of the 6 hours. Just relaxing a little bit, knowing that he has got the pace, which is why he's already put 6 seconds on Martin. In fact, it's not going to be about pace at all. Fabien Vallée is going to come into the pits, and that is going to be a bit of an early pit stop actually for my watch. You'd want to be coming in with about an hour and 20 minutes to go to make it comfortably on 2 stops to the end. So the valet car is going to be pressed to do 2 stops here to the end, and they might have to make an extra pit stop at the end. But that is the main battle that was on track at the moment. Pretty scuppered, and it's all pretty much well, it's all pretty much smooth sailing in the GT class in terms of rather boring, if we'll put it that way. Lap gaps between all of the cars. Here is Ryan Mazumda in the number 13, and the number 13 is surely out of the race now. No revs for the Reading Game car, no revs at all, and into the pits, and Ryan Mazumda is out of the race in his debut for Reading Game in the series. And well, I have to say, he does love crashing when I'm on commentary and he's driving my car. It happened at Daytona in Visk, and well, Ryan Mazumda is out of the race. So 2 of the 3 Reading Game cars now in the race have DNF'd, and well, it wasn't a great day for the number 13. We can say that much, I think would be fair. Well, everyone's struggling to get used to the brand new car. Perhaps Reading Game a little bit more than others, and I'm allowed to be harsh on my own team. But no, David doing a fantastic job up in 7th now. But that's enough about me, as we continue on and we look at Peugeot in the number 87. This is the leader of the championship as well, I believe, in GT3. I'll just check the standings to confirm. But I seem to remember the number. No, it's the number 16 that's in the lead, but I don't believe they are racing today. Team Imperium. As Waffles says, can someone link the new Visk Discord? Or did it die off? They are going again. I think they've rebranded WES, World E-Racing Series. I'm not too sure if it's my place to be linking other leagues here, but I'm sure if you ask around the Discord, people will tell you. I don't think Chris would mind, but don't want to get into trouble, you know. And it's basically Sophie Jones. Oh no, that's David Nascardi, and well, he's going to have to come to the pits, and he's rather lucky that has happened when it did. David, let's take off the auto director, because I can go back to David and I can tell you, or show you, I should say, what's happened. Where was he in the LMP2 category? I'm not too sure. And Chris is correcting me, saying that Imperium were racing and they DNF. So David was just a little bit further down here. Let's go to the replay, and you know what? Maybe that was a huge error, because now it looks like the stream's R-Factor 2 has crashed. But there we go. We can see a replay. You'll have to. This is a little bit. This is a little bit of a nasty setup. But, yes, a waffle. Jake Johnson even, not David. We're looking at David. But yes, Jake Johnson says, I'm the dude who flipped it into Lagos. I actually don't remember that, I'm going to be honest. It sounds like a rather dramatic crash. But here's what happened to David Nascardi. And has he just bumped onto the curb? Maybe. I'm not going to tempt fate. No, it looks like he has bottomed out on the curb and the car's gone round. Thankfully, we're not too far away from the pit window here in LMP2, so not a huge concern. And Chris says, brave using replays on R-Factor 2 after being connected for this long. I'm feeling quite brave, actually. I'm feeling very brave. As Auto Director is insistent on showing us David in the pit stationary, which I think is a little bit unsighted, if you're asking me. That is one thing I do want to add to the stream for 2023. Try and get a proper replay system working, but I think tasking poor old Ed with trying to figure that one out as well. I think replays are something better left untouched sometimes. And I know other series. Oh wow! I did not realise my phone was most professional thing in the world. As oh dear, I apologise for that. As the family group has done its monthly ping to my phone, and I'm afraid that we were hit by that. But anyway, I'm not too far off jumping off the commentary here. Actually, I was waiting for the Formula E to finish so that Ed and Josh can come back. Because keen to watch the cricket this evening, I have to say, and no, not that EERC is a burden for me. Why not? So I'd quite like to give that a watch. But, needless to say, as we look at David Martin, is this a battle? No, David being lapped by one of the leaders, I believe. That must be the 360 guys. They're saying he's got the best livery. It's the car that Nick, I believe, said looks like he's been thrown through paint. And it does look like it has been dragged through B&Q backwards there. That made a right old mess. Which reminds me of last time I was in B&Q and we couldn't pick the paint colour and the little slides they give you. Sounds like he's a regular patron of B&Q. He was Ben Crooks. In fourth now, the the Seawolf net race car. And yes, they must have pit because you recognise us. You can recognise us easily, says Aidan in the chat, the owner of 360. But are you the car that looks like it's been dragged through a bombed B&Q? I suppose you're American, you might not know what is B&Q an English brand? This is where we have like an 8-minute conversation now about B&Q if Joshua Ed were here. But no, it's a British multinational DIY and home improvement retailing company. Headquartered in Eastleigh. So I'm not too sure if you have them in the US, but oh, it's the number plates. It's not Che Hatch. He's Iris. It's not David Clockshire either. It must be who is the 360 car. I know they're ahead of us. Oh my word! 360 are leading the race. And that is a rather cursed livery, it has to be said. Sophie Jones on a return to the series, leading the way quite emphatically. 14 seconds, I make that. And wow, quite the return for 360 as well. I don't recall seeing them around in the previous rounds. I don't think they've scored points this season, that's for certain. We see this is a little bit of a battle. This is the into the points card trying to make a move on Demir Kakato for fourth place. I can get my words out eventually. It's been a very long day in Lmp2, and this is going to be quite the move for into the points racing. We're really having quite a storming season as it stands. And the Irish car squirming out to the final corner here at Road America, down into turn 1. Kevon Husik is going to try and get the move down into turn 1. He's not going to be a little bit too far back though, and I appreciate Kevon Husik isn't how it's pronounced. I realise that now. I'll return to calling him Owen AK as he prefers. Well, it looks like the Iris car has just got a little bit ahead, and Chris Tompkins is accusing 360 of going over the maximum drive time, and I think that is definitely something to keep an eye on. Aidan saying which is how much, and if this wasn't in your plans, Aidan, then I'm certainly very concerned. I need to check what the minimum drive time, maximum drive time is. I believe it's 234 minutes. Not a long time at all, is it? 234 minutes. Just a notch under 4 hours. That's a rather awkward time. We see Peter Schunnemann in the number 139. Quick switch to Zoltan Toth, actually, for Musion Sim Racing, the number 22 car. And Lateral G says that's like 4 hours. It's just a notch under, actually. It's 3.9 hours. Though I imagine it will be not totally strictly enforced. I think we said our drive time limits are more, and I shouldn't be saying this because now people are going to take liberties, but I think it's more in case you go well over the limit. But yes, I was saying 3.9 hours is a rather awkward amount of time. Comes to the wonders of stints and things, particularly in Lmp2 actually. Quite awkward on that front. There's the number 88, and that is quite a significant development when it comes to the championship and things in GT3. I say that the number 88 is actually uncharacteristically nowhere at the moment in those standings, so I take that back. And Big Shunt in Formula E says Waffles, and again, I love your username. Let's have a quick switch over to the Formula E's. I will spoil it. I apologise. If you don't want Formula E spoilers, I'm going to apologise now. But really, if you are bothered about oh dear, it's it's bucketing it down in the Formula E actually, and it's not a scary shunt, I'll tell you that. It's a rather confusing shunt actually. But yes, absolutely bucketed it down, and I don't think they'll get back going actually in the Formula E. That as it goes. Yes, I think my point is, if you're worried about Formula E spoilers, you need to sort your priorities. But yes, I don't think they'll be getting back going again. Is my point in Formula E. Ed and Josh are going to be having a mighty fun time commentating on that. Yes, we focus on this race. No sign of a red flag here, and I shouldn't say that again. Otherwise, I'm going to be tempting fate a little bit too much for my liking. Yes, Chris, that's probably what I'd agree with, looking at the Channel 4 live stream, which, by the way, is incredibly frustrating about the Channel 4 to have it instead of the BBC. It was always nice and convenient having it on the BBC iPlayer. But anyway, beside the point. Like, I think we can afford tangents. Anyway, the penultimate pit stops of the evening are currently happening, and we've just seen the GT3 leader get spit out of existence and back into it again. The wonders of the virtual world. But a flurry of pit stops. Well, that's for sure. Chris Cassidy getting buried into the wall. That's a shame for him as well, because he qualified in second position, didn't he? So that is a big shame for Nick Cassidy. Well, I'm just... and I'm not going to abbreviate this because I feel like it's a soundbite. It's not a soundbite I want clipped. I think the British Broadcasting Company, I'm a bit of a fanboy of the British... Oh no, James Lagasale! And he's off into the gravel at the carousel. And well, I think we can pretend no one saw James. It's okay. I did that during my stint, not at the carousel, but just about every other corner on the track. Zoltan Toth in as well for his penultimate pit stop. So by my reckoning, that makes the top 5 in LMP2 all having come in for their penultimate pit stops, and the majority of LMP1 as well, with an hour and 15 minutes to go, meaning they will comfortably make it on 2 stops to the end. As we said, the valet might still be in a little bit of trouble. That being said, as they pit quite early, didn't they? Number 21 is also into the pits, and this is going to be quite an important pit stop actually, as to whether he takes a new set of tyres or not, and what tyres he takes. I can tell you that the soft tyres are not viable. I finished my single stint on softs with 12% left on the tyres, and it was not a fun experience towards the end of that one. I can tell you that. I do have the screenshots, and it's quite funny to look at. The front lefts take a beating around this circuit. Here is the number 87. On his merry way. They won't be due in the GT3 class for another 15 minutes at least, and judging by it with the Formula E red flag, I don't believe Ed and Josh will be due in for a quite a while yet either. I'm hoping I'm not here to the end of the race, not because I'm not enjoying myself. I'm having a whale of a time. I've just got quite a sore throat, and I'm quite tired after my stint. So I said poor old David is sat alone right now. I did tell him I was, as I said earlier, I told him I was going to help my grandma. She had an issue with the email, and when you get a message saying I've got an issue with my email because I clicked on a link, I need you to help me, usually that is the sign of something quite bad happening. But anyway, so I was supposed to go around and help my grandma with her terrible email issues, and I appreciate this is a little bit waffly now, but terrible email issues. And then I texted her after my stint and said, look, I can come and help you with your email, and she said actually it's all fixed now. So God knows what kind of viruses she's managed to install, but means I can commentate here. So hopefully she isn't the victim of identity theft. Better than having a silent stream for a little bit. I think we only had about we didn't have too long actually, did we? Silent. We only had about 10 minutes on the auto director, and well, I'd be lying if we're not on auto director now, but that's purely because I can't be bothered. And I have just seen the picture actually of Ryan and his oh dear, Ryan and his engine. So I'm going to post the image in the EERC Discord, the Endurance Discord. Don't go to the main Discord server. That is a place that few men should. No, that's completely the wrong thing. That is the. You know, give me a moment. I appreciate I'm not commentating on the actual race at the moment. I'm just waiting for the ability to. I'm having a nightmare here. There we go. That's copied now. And I have to say, Formula E as well. I appreciate with Channel 4 that they have actually got the YouTube chat open. I find that quite funny. And I also find it funny that Formula E aren't just going to stop the race now. They've got like 7 minutes to go. It makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever to persist to this one. And I'm hearing that actually people are saying Formula E have embarrassed themselves again, and all of that, which wouldn't be too much of a surprise. As we focus on the issue at hand, I've got 4 screens up at the moment, or 4 windows. I've got the cricket on one, Formula E on the other. YouTube chat on Wumble. I alternate between Formula E and YouTube chat. And then, of course, the live pictures as well. Well, the beauties of having a big monitor. We see Thomas at Pascal, and we don't see Thomas at Pascal because, as is Sod's Law, we switch to Damia Gagato. Into the pits for the penultimate stop for the Iris car. Once again, they're just a little bit infuriatingly too short to go to the end on this particular stint. They're going to have a quick change, I would imagine. Clockshite is... Oh, sorry, no. Oh, no, that is a huge accident! And oh, that's the Valet Lmp2, I think. And it is the leader in the GT3 category, and he's out of the race. The Iris car has retired from the race. It wasn't the Valet, I apologise. It was a yellow LMP1, but it's the 975. And that was quite a huge incident. And it was such a huge incident that I must get a replay of that one, even if it is going to murder the game. But it was the number 87 car involved in that, and crucially the Iris car is out of the race, meaning the huge points haul they were going to get on Team Imperium is essentially vanished now, and they might get points for 75% distance. I'm not too sure on that fact. Let me just go to another car to check that we are... Oh, okay, I wasn't on the replay there. Okay, I can't really tell if we're on live pictures here. Yes, we are. So if I click on replay, I should be able to rewind it. If I go to, there we go. Oh. Did want a replay of this, but anyway, let's try and switch back, and we're not too far off, I don't think. I apologise that this looks so unprofessional, but I must see this incident again. I think we're doing it. Let's go to the 975 and we'll look at them, because it was just down this last straight here, wasn't it, that this happened. And it was, yes. So we're very close, actually, to looking at the incident. And I wonder, were they an innocent bystander? Was this a case of a lapped traffic incident? I'm not too sure. We're going to, no doubt, find out momentarily. I believe it was lag. As we look at the... yes, here we go, as I think I suspected. So... down into, where is this? This is turn 3, isn't it? So we're on board with the 87, and it all looks good through there, and it was a case of horrific lag, I believe, from the number 87, and then all of a sudden he merges back onto the circuit. We did see him having a lag issue earlier, didn't we? He merges back onto the circuit, merges inside of the LMP1 car, the number 975, and then ends up jumping in a laggy rage over the barrier and through the wall, which sounds like an Elton John song, but it's not. It's the fate of the number 87, and I'm afraid that that's just tough luck in a race like this. Dare I say it, it's just one of those things. But the number 87, bitter disappointment if they aren't able to get back going, which they might be able to, given the force majeure rules, but it does look like they're very content to stop now, and that is a mighty shame. Nick Homewood, however, is going to inherit the lead of the race in the Marmite livery, and it is weird, like Fine Avant, much like Marmite, they either have a terrible race or an incredible race, and at the moment Fine Avant absolutely having the latter. Rookie Monsters still chasing down the 3rd position on Net Race. Seawolf. Moment not having to too great of a deal of that chase. And I am going to have to duck out of the commentary box very, very soon because my dinner is going cold, the cricket's getting good, and I ought to support David through as well. Oh, bird. Or what? As I said, I was got a bit of a sore throat. I downed a bottle of Coke before this stint, and well, it isn't the most refreshing beverage. I have got 8 hours of commentary tomorrow. I'm going to tell you this story. It's not really a story; it's just me pushing. But no, the wonderful Joshua Birch put me in contact with the guys at USRN, which is this. It's Chris threw me into the box, and actually, Jonathan, if you want to do half an hour, I wait for Ed and Josh to come back. You can be my guest. That would do me a solid, actually. You can just pop up into the interview rating room, because I didn't have permissions to talk in the commentary box because mumble. But yes, anyway, I'm on 8 hours of commentary tomorrow, or so. But anyway, with just over an hour to go now, the class leader, the flashing up at the top of your screen, is Vince Clockshy and Homewood, Nick Homewood, into the into what is going to be a pretty big win for Fine Vond Motorsports. As that number 444 has won before, I seem to remember. I can't tell you when, but they have won. I believe it might have been towards the back end of last season, and they might have took a couple this season as well. Not a couple, definitely not a couple, but they might have taken one this season. I'm not too sure. They've certainly finished quite well, but I think this will be one of their more convincing victories. One lap on the Musion cars. We see the new driver into the 360 car, Gis de Monteressa. And I have to say, I do appreciate everyone's cooperation in the YouTube chat. I was thinking, when you solo commentating, particularly in an endurance race, it's very nice to have a YouTube chat to bounce off of. It does get a little bit tedious without it. Yes, I'm quite good at talking about nothing for a few hours, but when you've got hints on YouTube, that's nice as well. And so Zoltan Toth is into the pits in the 753. That would be for Paul Street Boys. They still are persistent in the fact that Paul Street Boys is named after a famous novel and not a strip club in London, but I have to say I would completely disagree with that. I think they knew what they were doing through the entire time. This commentary really has gone downhill already, hasn't it? And oh dear, I should stop really. But they ended the Formula E race. That means Ed and Josh can't be too far away now, and I can tell you that Nick Cassidy. I've done it now. I didn't even give you a spoiler warning. Nick Cassidy's won the Formula E, and well, how did Nick Cassidy win the Formula E? Nick Cassidy was the one in the wall. He is the first man to crash and win a race. That's quite incredible. Oh, there's another crash. It's James Smagazel in the number 490, and that's the second incident we've seen for James Magazale in this commentary stint, and he just seems to be having a little bit of a rough time of it. And I can't really blame him. You're late into a race, you've probably got another stint to go, and you're just kind of weary, and the tyres are off, and you're just frustrated, and you can make mistakes like that. It's very, very easy to do, and he looks like he's got away with it as James Magazale without any significant damage, which is always nice. Baskel the Rascal is into the pits in 5th position, and that would be, again, penultimate pit stop, I imagine, for the LMP1 cars. Again, probably about 10 minutes over from where you could theoretically put it into mode 1 and just, you know, fuel save your way through. You could probably fuel save about 10 minutes if you were really at a gap here, but I think I don't think 20 minutes is really going to happen for you. I think that would be a little bit too far. Alexander Modal having a quietly good race in the Ferrari, and they're just labelled as Ferrari, so I can't tell you what the team name is, but it's number 119. And yes, having a good race in 5th position. And actually, Baskel is into the pits for quite a long time here. I wonder if there's an issue. He's actually out of the pits, so there must be something wrong with the overlay. I'll give it a quick refresh, just in case that we have got any R-Factor 2 little stutters going on. It doesn't appear we do something going wrong with that one, but 5th position. So take everything back, guys. I mean, it is true, but take everything back, I said, in the context of the race, because it's not important. Bint, Clockshire and Homewood, the 3 leaders in the various classes here in the EERC Road America 6 hours. Of course, the first time we've returned to Road America since Season 1, and that's 24-hour race, of course, won by IDOS. And, well, another little bit of trivia for you, and it's a little bit biased trivia, is that the Reading Game have now had 3 actually, with the number 27 as well. Separate engine failures in 2 races in Road America in the EERC Endurance Championship. And, well, there's a reason for a while we stupidly sold t-shirts mocking our engines. And I do also implore you, if you are on the Discord channel, to have a look at the general chat to see the crash between the Iris and the 975, as it was quite spectacular in the freeze frame, more so than when we saw it. Quite spectacular indeed. It's beautiful to look at, in fact, I'd argue. A couple of stewarding decisions, and actually one that came through 2 minutes ago that is quite significant for the race. Lap 117 incident involving ATR Falcon Racing and 360 Motorsports number 60, that is this car, serving their drive-through penalty for causing a collision whilst lapping. That is a huge dent in their prospects of winning this race, and in fact they're going to lose second as well. And the driver time infringement for that 360 is also going to be investigated after this race. As Chris says, I think you refreshed as it came up. Yes, it's quite I know there's a little bit of a delay on the YouTube, but it's quite funny because I was actually checking the steward decision on my own accord when you mentioned that. And well, yes, so that is huge, and probably their chances at winning this race over and done with, you would assume. Might just poke. Actually, no, I won't. I won't be an arse, because Ed and Josh have put a lot of effort into this, so I don't think we're going to poke them and ask them when they're coming back, because we'll let them take their time doing post-race interviews and things. Obviously not with the drivers themselves. But Lateral G is saying that Sophie is well within her drive time limits, which is good to hear, and I think 360 have covered off that last little question over the infringement by bringing in the Montressa Chris is going to double check anyway, but they should be okay, I think, is the important point, as we see Alan Voss in the Ferrari getting overtaken a couple of times. Overtaken, lapped. Two very distinct things. But moving along quite nicely in that third position spot. 87 seconds for the car ahead, and plenty of time for the 87 that is now back running again. So obviously Chris has let the 87 back into the race, and I didn't quite catch when that happened, but they are back running, so they will still get a reasonable points haul ahead of the number 16 that of course has failed to finish in this particular occasion. Well, as we see Thomas Abascal trying to press on here, and with 4 laps of a gap, perhaps not really press on, as I don't think he's going to be catching that up. Ben Crooks for Seawolf is into the pits regardless, and again I fear that that's just a little bit too long for them to go to the end. They'll know what they're doing, of course, but I fear that that might just be a little bit too close. As Chris said, that the number 87 actually got in themselves. I only assumed it was your intervention because of the DNF and the fact that they would have had damage, so I assumed there'd be a DQ, DQ, but clearly not. Might also be why they're in the pits for quite a while, to repair any damage that they might have had. We're on board with Rijo in 9th position, chasing down David Martin, 3 laps down, however. We see Nick Homewood in the number 444 leading the way in the GT3 class, and leading the way rather emphatically at that. I don't see Nick throwing this away in the next 54 minutes or so. Probably one more pit stop involved for the GT3 class of cars, you would suspect anyway. Well, we're due to finish right around the hour mark, aren't we? It's going 10 past, and we've got 53 minutes to go, so we'll finish probably at 8:02, 8:03, I'd say, in BST. But not a bad in terms of timing, is it? It does frustrate everyone. We start to finish well off the hour, and your stints are all in the wrong order and things like that. But no, it looks like we're right on to finish here. Here's David Glockscheit leading the way in LMP2. "17 seconds to Che Hatch in the 77. And what's the LMP2 Championship battle looking like? I feel like we may have touched upon it earlier. But it's the 33 leading the way. So Median at the moment are actually getting a decent haul of points on the 33, who are down in 6th position. Fabian Ballet has done a good job, that being said, in that car, as he's in for what I assume is they're expecting to be his final stint. But driving the LMP2 myself, I can tell you that 50 minutes is going to be quite a while for you to do on a single tank. I think David Martin might just about hit Fabian Ballet here. Would be my hunch anyway. Maybe a little bit of bias. Optimism. Oh, Pascal! That is a mighty, mighty save. The car absolutely snapped around on him, and he's just about held onto it. That was quite impressive, because that would have been a nasty, nasty crash as well. And I can tell you what's happened there. He has just broken a little bit too late. If you come up into that bridge, it's only really on this version of the track, but if you brake, you can sort of jump over a bump and the car sort of bottoms out and it sends you around. And that's what almost happened to Abascal there, but he held onto the car, and that's mighty, because he would have been in the pits for quite a long time. Maybe not enough to lose 6th position with 11 laps in terms of a buffer. And I can tell you that Josh Birch is finishing off his stint on the Formula E commentary. I assume anyway. Outroing and things, so I imagine they'll be with us in a moment. I think that Dario Franchitti's messing around doing bloody interviews and things that no one's ever going to remember. I have never seen an interview with a racing driver that has been insightful and interesting. But you rarely get them after the race because they just say the same damn things and it frustrates me. I'll tell you who's the worst for it, and he's not a racing driver, but a sportsman as a whole give the least insightful interviews in the world. Joe Root, the cricketer, is the worst for it. He will give the most PR, fact-checked bloody interviews in the world. It's like, he's apparently a lovely, lovely bloke, but his interviews are just the most predictable things in this world. And you hear him after a game, you just think, you've really got nothing interesting to say about the game than what I could have predicted and what your media man probably wrote down for you, and oh, it annoys me. Racing drivers are much the same. George Russell springs to mind. Anyway, that's my 3 minutes of ranting time up. We press on and we see Joseph Toth, Paul Street Boys, trying to, well, maybe a little bit half-heartedly try and chase down 6th position, but at this stage, even with James Bagazale, with all due respect to James, having a little bit of a difficult stint, perhaps off, is just thinking that it might just be a little bit over here. But someone doesn't think it's over, it's definitely Che Hatch. Chris says Russell's interview is awful. Yes, imagine Russell times 10 and then you've got Joe Root. He literally, I could have a soundboard and you could press buttons and you wouldn't notice a difference because his interviews are that formulaic. And it's the same with George Russell. Though I do quite like George Russell and I like Joe Root as well, but their interviews are formulaic. Sixth for Lmp2 does have a very small gap, Chris, and I was keeping a keen eye on it, actually, a little bit earlier on, but you've just given me the reminder I need. It is David Martin in the number 72 Reading game car, and having a go at Peter Schunneman for 6th position, and David, and again, not to gush about my own drivers, doing an incredible job in what is and he said it himself, this isn't me being harsh on his setup because it was very, very drivable, but on what he said was a pretty hacked together setup and doing very, very well, much better than I could have done as the night starts to fall. Really chasing down Peter Schunneman. It's only been a little bit of a gap. In their pace all race long, as I can tell you actually as well. Daniel Primavera is into the number 33 car for this final stint. And almost under a second this gap here for the number 72 and for number 139. Nearly gave him the commentator's curse there. There's, oh, I hope not. A little bit of traffic getting into the way. That's not always the most helpful thing. It's rather helpful for Marius. I was looking at Marius's Twitch clip. It was, it was Marius bragging about the fact that he gained 4 seconds on me and then binned it. But yes, at 1.2 seconds this gap is now, so it's really quite close. is I did come back to where he was gushing about how he was a second faster than me, which I thought was quite cute. Oh dear. But no, anyway. If I'm a second faster than someone, I do tend to gush a little bit, so I can't really blame him. And oh, that's a little bit of an issue for the GT3 car. David does well to avoid it a little bit. Sugarman is well down the road. He's not bothered one bit. 7/10 of a second. This is now with the Mugen car getting in the way a little bit, and that's going to frustrate David ever so slightly. He tries to press on. Just attack Sugarman. 45 minutes left in the race. David's into the pits for his final pit stop of the evening. He's going to have to fuel save a little bit because I can tell you for a fact we were not doing 45 minutes on our tanks. So David is going to have to do a little bit of fuel saving to get to the end in this race. He'll probably be okay. I do hope he doesn't have to do another stop. And Shuneman can breathe a little bit. And I wonder if that was a little bit tactical from David Martin trying to go for the undercut. So I hope it was tactical, we'll put it that way. Anyway, that little bit of tension has now eased, and we'll keep a keen eye on that. But looking through the GT3 field, seeing if there's any gaps there, and I feel bad for GT3. It's such a close class of racing in real life, but oh no, there wasn't a crash. I thought there was. I looked up off the timing screen for a moment and I saw a car almost sideways, but he wasn't sideways, I don't think. It was just a trick of the eye. But anyway, not long to go now is the issue at hand. Jason Bintz leading the way in the Valet number 23. They didn't have that scare, did they, earlier? Because it was the other car. Wow, Josh is still doing national anthems and things. They bloody take their time in Formula E, don't they? Not to think against Josh, it's to think against Formula E. They love taking their time. Because Jonathan Jones says, I'll come and join you for a bit. Please do. I might have to leave you solo, to be honest with you, Josh. Because, Jonathan, I apologise. Because my dinner's going to come. Nice Chinese chicken curry, homemade, by my dad, who's probably the least Chinese person you'll meet. If that wasn't obvious by the accent, the fact that I don't look Chinese, this has gone on a tangent, but. I don't know how someone can be the least Chinese person, you know, but I guess the hyperbole stands. But yes, the point is with the irony in the fact that he's cooked a homemade Chinese chicken curry. But usually they're quite nice, so I'm looking forward to diving into that one. I could have phrased that a little bit better, because I feel like diving into your food is a bit of a weird way to phrase it. Looking forward to eating that. Because I can see Jake Johnson is... in the server, and feel free, Jake, pop down to the interview waiting room. Hello, Jake. Wow, silent treatment. It's very rude. I imagine Jake's just getting his mic and things set up. Mumble can be a right odd fuss. Never the most fun thing to get set up, but Jake, can you hear me? Might need yes, I can hear you, says Jake. Mike is, but I hope he's okay. That was shameless sarcasm, I apologise. But yes, anyway, I'm going to be, I hope Jake doesn't mind, but I might be tipping out here to A, watch the cricket, and B, eat my dinner. Because it's the final, why wouldn't I? It's, anyway, I'll see if I can wrestle the television off of my,
Hello?
mum and what's it? Hello, Jake.
Awesome. Okay. That took a while to get it configured. But yeah, if you need to go, I got this.
Thank you very much. Well,
Fine.
your first EERC commentary stint. I'll.
Yeah.
Oh, can you see the game and things through the Discord?
I'm sorry?
You can't see the game, can you?
I'm in the game, yes.
Oh, you're in the game.
Yes, I'm on the server.
Don't bother with that. Let me give you the role on the Discord, and you can see what the stream's seeing. I'll leave you on auto camera. Just might make it a little bit easier. But let me find your Discord username. There's like a bit useless Discord. But there you go. I'll give you the commentator role, and you can just hop into the chat with the bots and
I see.
see the screen share. But I'll leave you. Well, you already are on the. Now you're on the auto camera. So anyway, I've been Tom Dillon. I'm gonna drop out, give Jake Johnson the reins of the stream for the first time, and I'll see you all in a bit. Have a good one, Jake.
You too. This microphone. Oh, wow, it's 1 second. How do I? There. Oh. Okay. This will work. I don't know how to make it louder, but right now we're currently following Nick Homewood, #1 in class. Full screen. That'd be a lot better. There we go.
Hello, and welcome back to the last 40 minutes of the EERC 6 hours of Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. As darkness begins to fall over the lake, we're into, of course, the closing stages, and the big battle really is in Lmp2 with Che Hatch on board the Iris number 77, just 13 seconds away from David Koloksai. And here's Peter Schumann battling for 7th against David Martin. He's got the inside line, and he's almost through, and there he is, just coming out on top, but Martin is still there on the outside. But Schumann has got him covered. Good move by Peter Schumann to get everyone back into the top 8. Should that be top 7? Refresh the overlay, because it should be illuminating. There you go. And David Martin still hanging around in the rearview mirror. Gardy pits. Well, top 5, not top 7. That's not good. As Dimon Tressa retakes the lead because Koloksai is in the pits. So this is important. Pay Hatch is in the pits too. So Dimon Tressa will pull away while they are in there. Pay Hatch did get in first though, of course. Those are the intervals, so GD3 very, very spaced out. Homewood leading 100 by Zolt by 113 seconds, so Hargita, the 87, really hit trouble during that, but the 93, the Boyd transport car, still running in a very creditable third, 57 seconds to the good, with only 36 minutes left in the race. Jay Hatch is already out of the pits then. in Formula E. You? 4 at least. Driver time infringement for 360 Motorsport 60 will be investigated after the race.
Hello.
Oh, hey, someone else there. Is that Adam?
No, I don't think I'm who you think I am. I was kind of thrown in here, and I think I'm going to go because I really don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, sure thing. You're just on the live stream. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. Somebody put the stream PC into the interview waiting room. It wasn't me because I went off to commentate on something else.
Yes, Tom Dillon threw me in here to drive, to commentate, and now it seems like you know what you're doing, so I'm gonna head out and have a good day.
Cheers, Jake. Alright, we may as well move ourselves back into the commentary room then. Hold on, ladies and gents. Right, we're back. Jay Hatch is about a minute behind de Montressa. 360 wanted Sophie Jones, I think, in there as long as possible. So that might be where the time infringement may come in. Oh, Quebec Zolt missing the rear wing, and that's the 88 from second place. So potentially, I'm going to have to come into repairs, and they're only about 104 seconds ahead of Hallam Voice in the 93. So this could be a big result here for match their best result from the Nürburgring, the 206. The 93, there's the race leader, Bintz, coming out a lap ahead of Toff then in LMP1. Desperate to catch back up to Quebec Zolt as we look at the moment. Stationary, having the rear wing put back on. Martin quite close to the back of Morris Dillon. No, it's Schumann, isn't it? It is Peter Schumann, sorry. But David Martin hasn't given up just yet. Eye on these two. Boyce is about 13 seconds away from overtaking Zolt in the pit lane. Oh, both of them having to just negotiate the GD car. Martin's going to be squeezed in the middle there. Ooh. Very, very tight spot between these two. But Peter Schumann just holds on through Canada corner. Dave Martin will have to try another way to get through. Right on board with the reading game driver, battling for that top 7 position in the number 13. De Montressa is in the pits now, so that's going to hand the lead back to Che Hatch. 23 seconds out of Koloksai. Although Hargitai actually may take third from an 88 here. So this could still be a decent recovery for the 87. I can't quite see them pulling off the win, especially with Homewood and now a whole lap ahead of Voice. It looks like for a change, it's all gone the 444's way today. The Marmite livery that's made the difference. I wouldn't know, I've been with Joshua. So, as Quebec Zolt is still being serviced, I think. Oh, there he is. He's out. So the delays again miles behind. Oh, Bradley Sellers off in fourth place, so it was only about 30 seconds behind Crooks, so the 74 have really fought back, and mistakes from the 73 have really tripped them up. Rookie Monsters no longer the rookie underdogs. Oh, Ben Crooks is very close to the back of the Paul Street Boys car, actually. Thought was emerged about 16 seconds behind target time, so losing that rear wing at the end is absolutely crucial for them. They hatch only about 4 seconds down now on the 360 driven by Mark Tresser. There's Che Hatch. We continue to watch Che negotiate circuit for another lap, and you can just see in the distance the 360 dresser. Surely, if it's between Demon Tresser and Che Hatch, my money's going to be on Che Hatch. 77 needs to really gain ground in the championship, so really strong performance so far. Can they put the cherry on the top and take the win? Half an hour left to pass. Down, which isn't very helpful. Expected for these hour. Gap staying roughly the same then. Tresser holding on for the time being, but Che Hatch in the Iris will surely catch, and it's been a long time, I think, since Che Hatch he's come very close a few times, but he's never actually won for Iris, so this would be quite the achievement if he pulled it off. But he has lost a second to Demon Tresser on this lap. Odds aren't looking too favourable. Still the closest battle on track we got, so with it. Pushing as hard as he dares. Yep. But he sees Demon Tresser pushing even harder. Slowly up the road, unless he can do something about it. Dalton's got within 10 seconds of Hargitay, so Oliver Hargitay in the 87 could be under threat for losing that podium, which would really limit the amount of damage he can do to the number 16 Team Imperium squad. Already catching the 93 either. Magasgale in the 490 impressively has managed to get up to 6th in class simply by just keeping it on going. Great to see the number 40, driven by Dylan Platt, still going despite all the issues that the Boy Transport have faced with the Lmp2 squad in this race. The GD3 squad may well be able to reward them with a podium in GD3, but let's not speak too soon. Really struggling at this phase to do Montressa in sight. Ferrari goes a little wide for the Bad Wolves Yukon Racing. Exalt has really been pushing. You see Nick Cunningham going very wide into turn 1. There's Zolt. Very good lap times as he closes in. Oh, goes a little wide. We saw that him coming to grief doing that before. There's the 93 Ferrari. The Boy Transport. Still hanging in there. Hatch has got the gap down to 5.6 again. Four minutes remain then. To be fair, it's one of the more competitive runs we've seen, although it's only been 6 hours, I guess. But impressive in LMP2 to have 3 cars still on the lead lap, all within about 30-25 seconds. Continuing then to chase down Oliver Hargitay. Can Quebec Zolt really pull it out of the bag here? That would be quite something. Oh, as Abascal makes a little mistake in the 45 into the points car. 4 laps down. Still doing better than the 975, which is 12 laps down. Goff continues his pursuit, although it's a little bit in vain at this point. But still, number 22 is going to limit the damage by finishing second. The number 23 can do their championship. 3 rounds to go after this, of course. A brief recapping of how this is going to affect the points. It takes ages for Tom Dillon, I guess, to do the... But anyway, there's Norbert Major. No man's land down in ninth, but Team Imperium are doing well to just finish. Ooh, mistake from Che Hatch, and that's really going to hand it a little advantage to the number 360 Orica. Untressa car, there he is. Gives him an almost 10-second lead now, but Zolt meanwhile has got the gap down to 3.7 seconds to Hargitay. So a big battle there between the two title contenders, the two that fought it out last season, Iris and Mugen, battling for third here. That De Montressa is on his way to take a famous first win for 360 in EERC. A little bit like RSS Unison, sort of pop out of nowhere and blow everyone away. Very impressive. Can see Oliver Hargitay struggling ahead of him. And surely the 88, which is kind of blown second place, let's be honest. That's why they're in his position. As Crooks makes his final pit stop with 18 minutes left to go. Holoxai has actually started to catch Che Hatch now, so it looks like Che Hatch may have the opportunity to take the lead, might have disappeared here. Gets the gap down to within 3 seconds. A podium would still be a big result here for Mugen on their comeback. Yep, notification from Apple News about how to sleep at night. Will condescending. Second now, the gap between Zolt and Hargitay. .7 now. Primavera in the 33 makes a late pit stop. Should come out just ahead of Martin, but will be a bit close. Ooh, Zolt has to let the Frunavon through. Bradley Sellers is only about 8 seconds behind Crooks, despite all the mistakes those two have traded. And they've done really well to stay within 2 laps of the lead, to be honest. Primavera leaving the pit lane. Zolt's now very, very close indeed to the back of Oliver Hargitay. Smaggers Gale on the way to best ever finish, top 6. Hopes will be a best ever finish. There we go, and in fact he's going to hold up Hargitay ever so slightly. forward with the Mugen. He chases the Iris, and that's been the defining images of the last couple of seasons, of these two battling each other. Foxeye now within 3.8 seconds of J Hatch. So the 21 could bank another second place, which would be a sort of net win in that title battle. So it's so crucial for J Hatch to hold on here. In a second, but of course no DRS here, especially not these GT3 cars. Outside of the Smagger's Gale, all goes Oliver Hargitay, but Prabik Zolt has to stay behind ever so slightly longer, and he flashes the lights impatiently. Really wants to get through as soon as possible. Smagger's Gale's not moving out of the way. The gap back to 1 second. Well, now he goes out of the way on the inside. And the way is clear for Prabik Zolt to challenge. Foxeye 2.4 seconds behind J Hatch. It's Mugen's on the march. In this final stint, the only one that's not really in any positions is the 22. He's in a sort of expected position of second. 23 of Arthur Fuche and the Jansen Bintz thoroughly a good seeing too. Main straight then, and Oliver Hargitay started to weave already. Yannick's right behind. Here we go. Oh, Foxeye very, very close to the back of J Hatch. In fact, he's through. Yeah, so J Hatch has made a big error there. There he is. Rick Zolt now puts pressure upon Hargitay. So close to the rear of the Iris. And he's got the run he needs. All they have to let Arthur Fuche through. 21 taking a crucial second place in that march in the championship. But here, the 88 fancies to go on the podium as well. To the outside of the Iris they go. And they sweep around but brake a little bit too late. And we'll have to back off there. Ooh, sparks flying as he rejoins the circuit. Quite as successful as the Lmp2 squad in the 21. Delay is really slow here. As the Iris just gets through with its sister car that's fighting for that spot in Lmp2, let's not forget. Get around the outside of it. It was braved by J Hatch. Zolt should have a clear run for a little while. Staying within 2 seconds of Coloxai. You've got to think maybe the best opportunity's gone now. Presser now 18 seconds ahead, but we have to remember there could be that penalty, which would increase the amount of points on offer to the winner here, as once again, to cut to the inside. In a defensive position. 43 seconds down on Voice, so he's not catching him quickly enough with 11 minutes left to go. This is getting exciting now, isn't it, all of a sudden? And will Zolt make a move into the first corner? No, but he gets a really good run through and closes the gap between them. Run on the run into turn 3. Oh, look at the bump. The Iris not handling well at this phase of the race. Hold on desperately as many points as he can, because every point that Hargitay can get here will be a point that they take away from Imperium number 16. Zolt breaks really deep in. And looks to the inside of turn 4. Oh, quite brave. Zolt looks like he's got a good run through the carousel section here. Going to the final 10 minutes of the race. Into the LMP1 to lap them both. Followed. Oh! Zolt has to go really wide there. Through goes the 74. And the number 40. The 88. Oh! Fancied a little late move to take advantage. Got offline there for a second, but it might just be my eyes playing tricks on me. They're still about 8 seconds behind Crooks. As oh, they have to let the LMP1 through, which is not ideal for Zolt particularly. Falling to about 6 seconds now behind Coloxai. So it looks like LMP2 may well end the way it is. Zolt closing. Surely Mugen are going to throw everything they can at Iris, but what can Oliver Hargitay do to defend? But here, I think it was Oliver that was driving when the 87 binned it from second place last time out at Road Atlanta. Needs to make sure they don't slip up here. Hurdle, really. But Zolt will be looking to maximize any little advantage he can get. Look how aggressive he's going over the curbs. And the 87 has to move to the middle of the road to defend, but Zolt goes, oof. Again, deceptive, that angle. Fighting fights on track. Brings to mind the finish in Mugello. He's flashing his lights, he knows he's quicker. Also letting the LMP2 class leader through, of course. 15 seconds to go. Oh, 33 really came for it at the last minute there. Primavera will take 6th position, so it's basically kind of damage limitation for the 33, but it's not ideal. They do keep racking up the points. Luke is about worth 3 positions worth and 4 positions worth respectively to their title rivals. So given the gap they got, it's not the end of the world. They're coming out in the lead. Well, these two battle homeward, and the 444 Pinavon squad looking to take their 2nd ever win. By a much bigger margin than their first against the Dream Team at Mugello last year. Could well put the 444 right back into title contention with these two. Oh, look how late Prebixel broke there. Oh, almost hitting the back of the 87. Here we go, cutting to the outside, but there's the LMP car just in the way. Will that give Zolt the advantage he needs around the outside? Oh, he goes a little deep. Hargitay's still there. He's not going to overtake him off track, surely. And sure enough, he has to give way. That was very, very close for Oliver Hargitay. Cannot afford any little slip-ups like that in the final 6 minutes. My goodness, this is tense. Oh, through comes the 2nd place Mugen. And oh, Zolt gets really late on the brakes here as Mugen almost goes off in front of them, but carries on. Amazing that Oliver Hargitay is able to sustain this much pressure from Privex Zolt, who we know is such a quick driver in the GT3 class. Or Privexalt pushing for all he's worth. You can tell the 87 is sort of driving on his haunches a bit, so to speak. Three LMPs coming up to lap for both of them in the last 5 minutes. Privexalt sort of needs a clear run, and here they come. Oh, bad run for the 87 though. And looks like Privek is alongside, coming up. The start of this is going to get a bit chaotic if they're not careful. And he's through on the outside, but he has to be so careful letting those LMPs through. And will Hargitai fancy a counter-attack down the inside? Privexalt will surely see it coming if he does. Oh, but he breaks late, and they go side by side through turn one. This is fantastic racing with 4 minutes left in the race. And Zolt did not make it through. Hargitai holds on by the skin of his teeth, the tyres wearing thin, but he holds firm. He does not give up that podium position to Mugen 88, and that just about keeps the 87's Tyler hopes alive, I guess, with 3 rounds to go after this one. But still, there's a couple of laps left, and Zolt will have another chance, that's for sure. And in fact, it might be right here. Oh! Choose between these two, is there? Oh, Privexalt goes off track. He's like he's trying everything to get through. Wide as he dares for every corner, and it looks like a Hargitai starting to catch on as well as Sellers has to make a late stop, so that ends the challenge of Rookie Monster 73 for the podium in LMP1. Looks like Seawolf Net Race 74 are going to take a well-earned 3rd place. Briefly see a yellow flag, but that resolves itself. Oh, look at Zolt going so wide there. This is the battle that we're watching on track at the moment. Zolt setting himself up for the final corner once more. Oh, and here comes the race leader to lap them both. This could get interesting. Hargitai to the inside. Zolt, oh, he's not quite going to get the run, is he? Go. Brake a little bit earlier. And Hargitai holds on. Great composure from the 87, able to collect himself back up is Oliver Hargitai, but Zolt right behind, almost pushing him along with 2 minutes left to go. It's surely now or never for the 88. Can Mugen take that 3rd spot? He cuts to the outside much earlier this time. And what can Oliver Hargitai do? Is he about to see the 88 sweep around the outside of him? Oh, he's going to try, but they're still side by side. And the 87 holds firm. Only a numbers difference between the 88 and the 87. But it's the 87, that crucial space ahead. Hargitai using everything in his arsenal to keep Privexalt at bay. And Zolt once again does some grass cutting. Minute and 48 seconds left. And hot on the brakes as they go towards the carousel. We're going to get into the final lap very, very soon. Arthur Fuchs probably got another lap or 2 in him. At most. This lap and then one more, potentially. Here comes Privexalt. And they've got the 4th place... 4th place, sorry. That's the leader, of course. And oh! Zolt makes a late move to the inside and backs out at the last minute. Minute left to go. So, here we go. The crucial final stage then. Can Mugen 88 find a way through? The 87 has used every trick in the book to keep them behind. They've ducked, they've dived, they've maneuvered deftly, but the 88 will have one final go, it would seem. Leader has lapped them, of course. Here we go. Zolt to the outside, but he's not got the space he needs. And once again, the 87 forcing him to go where he doesn't want to go. But Privek Zolt goes wide as they approach turn 2. Will he try around the outside? No. Waits for turn 3. That's sensible. Oh, and here comes Arthur Fuche halfway through what will be the final lap. But Privek Zolt almost catching. We'll have one final go into turn 3, I think. He cuts to the inside, goes on the grass. Oh my goodness. What a crazy move by Privek Zolt, but he goes way too deep, and that's it. Third place is gone. The 87 has held on. But here comes Arthur Fuche. What a great drive by Valet after falling at the last hurdle at Road Atlanta, at Road America in Elkhart Lake. They've been sublime, a lap ahead of the rest. And Arthur Fuche coming through the final corner now. Done everything he needs to do to take yet another win for the Blood Orange Valet team. Here they go through the final corner. They almost get another lap on the 22. And in fact, they may well do, just so the 22 doesn't have to do another lap. Arthur Fuche crosses the line to win the 6 hours of Road America. And what a superb drive by Valet 33. But Che Hatch right behind Coloxai all of a sudden. Not sure what that is about, but Coloxai's finished, so that won't make too much of a difference. But here is going to be your Lmp2 winner, the Orica, the Montresa. That's confirmed now because the second and third are lapped down before he crossed the line. Zolt, trying another attack, but it's just a little bit too late. Here comes your GT3 winner for the second time ever. It's Frina Von that win in EERC. Nick Homewood and Mario Valencia in the 444 win the GT3 class at the 6 hours of Road America. What a superb performance by the both. A lap ahead of everyone else. And let's not forget, here, this team, Boyd Transport, of course, grieving at the start of the day. And this will give them a little bit of something to cheer about. And that's exactly what they needed. But let's not forget, of course, our LMP2 winners who are just coming through the final corners now. Dimontresa and Sophie Jones. 60 have never won before in EERC. Well, that changes today. Here comes the Orica up the hill for the final time, flashing its lights. Here's the Montresa, and 360 number 60 win the LMP2 class at the 6 hours of Road America. What a fabulous result for the 360 team. Long awaited and long deserved. Much deserved. So, the joy palpable, but the smiles, no one will be smiling more than the 23, or except perhaps the crew of the 93 Boyd Transport team and Howland Voice, because they did superbly as well, but they've stopped on track as well. But let's not forget Argitai, who put on a great show with Privek Zolt in the closing stages to hold him off for that podium, and that keeps the 87's title hopes just ever so slightly alive. Because the 16 is a bit of a boo-boo for them today. So, who wants to see your final results then? Here we go then. It is Arthur Fuche, Jansen Bintz, and the 23 Valet that take their third victory of the season in Road America, redeeming themselves for Road Atlanta last time, where they blew what was an otherwise assured victory. Zoltan Toff and Mugen Sim Racing fall a lap short once again, but keep their title lead. Ben Crooks takes Seawolf Net Race Motorsports' first podium in EERC. Great drive by the number 74. The 73 fell short in the end of Bradley Sellers, but they pushed as far as they could. They had to make that late stop. Thomas Abascal takes Into the Points' first LMP1 finish, and their first start in 5th for the 45. Massimiliano Ferrari takes 6th in the 975, and Simon Marshall of Alliant Motorsports took 2 of the GT3s out. His reward is a disqualification. Let's have a look then at the 2 results if we can. Bloody thing is not responding. Finally. Okay. Actually, let me press buttons on the screen. Here we go. So, Devon Tresser takes the LMP2 class win for 360 Motorsports from David Koloksai of Mugen, number 21. Of course, second in the championship going in. Shay Hatch dropped down to third near the closing stage. Overcome by the 21. So the 77 has to make do with third. Just ahead of their teammates, the 66. A great drive by the crew of the 66. 47 into the points takes fifth with Owen Kilhauswick crossing the line. Daniel Primavera, the former championship leaders, finished sixth and see their lead reduced dramatically, so that's not the great news for them. David Martin takes seventh for Reading Game. Good finish for Reading Game. Peter Schumann is eighth in the 139. Norbert Major, ninth in Team Imperium's first LMP2 race. Nick Conan, 10th in Formula 140. Dylan Platt, 11th for Boyd Transport number 4. Despite all their issues, great to see them make it to the end. And then the non-finishers, David Naxadi for Bottling Motorsport, Ryan Mazumda for Reading Game, Alex Hallows for VMS Sun Edits, and Jonathan Jones for Into the Points number 46. The Yellow Submarine fails to make the checkered flag. Finally, GD3, Nick Homewood, victorious for Ring of Bond Motorsport, and I can't imagine many people will be... I don't think there'll be anyone who will begrudge them that. What a fabulous win for them. A lap ahead of... I think people who begrudge even less the Boyd Transport 93 team taking that second place, with Hallam Voice doing an excellent drive. Oliver Hargitay takes third by the skin of his teeth in the 87, coming down to a final lap showdown with Prip Exalt. Prip Exalt just dived in the grass. That was a crazy moment, but it didn't quite work out for the 88. Alexander Model takes fifth in the Ferrari number 119. James Smagasgale for ATR Falcons takes his best result in the 490 in sixth. And Joseph Toff rounds out the finishes for Paul Street Boys in 7th. Then is Mikhail Costa in the 787. Kevin Veaches in the 390. Christian Toff for Team Imperium, the championship leaders. Big shame for them. They lose out. These are all the non-finishers, of course, joined by Michiro Arisaka, Ferron Richards, Tamas Yeager, Ryan Mazumda, Joe Gilsistis, and Reynard John Nieves. All failing to finish the race. That's it then. Let's see if anyone in there wants to talk to us. There is Masij Sandak from Boyd Transport, I believe, wants to talk to us. So we are joined now by Masij Sandak from Boyd Transport, number 93. Masij, it's been a difficult time for the team recently, but and I see Roy has just joined the server as well. But a brilliant second place. I believe it's your best result, always your joint best result if you count the Nordschleifer as well. And what a brilliant drive. Only a lap behind first position as well. The 93 really did a fantastic job today.
Yes, we had quite a race. I did one stint with almost an entire stint with damage. Hallam had to save fuel for the entire last stint. It was very close. We ended with like 1 liter to spare, and number 40 also with less than 1 liter to spare. So it's an amazing job from the team, and wow, I cannot believe it right now. It was not looking like that at the beginning of the race, but Hallam did an amazing job in his first stint, so yeah, it was amazing.
Yes, if I remember correctly, Hallam was also played a big role in that podium at the Nordschleifer as well. So yes, another fantastic result. And we've just let in Roy. Roy, I know it's been a very difficult time for you recently, and you had to miss the race for reasons that we talked about earlier in the broadcast. But what a fantastic result for the team. I'm sure it gives you something to smile about today.
Yeah, indeed, that's for sure. And yeah, as everyone know, I was on holiday, and yeah, other things happened, but that is a great result. Very proud of the guys.
Absolutely, I don't think there's a dry eye. There's not a dry eye in the house, Roy. I think everyone was cheering on 93 to get to that, and the number 40 finish despite all the issues that it ran into. That was brilliant to see. Dylan and the rest of the team did a great job there as well. despite having so many difficulties in like the first stint. But great to see him persevere, and I think that speaks volumes for the team. They've done one excellent result for you guys, and I know you sounded very emotional there, Royce. I think we'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. But thanks for talking to us, guys. Thanks, Roy. Thanks, Message, and congratulations on second place in GD3.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Right, I think we'll let Arthur Fuche and Jensen Bintz join us now. So we are now joined by winners in LMP1 for the third time this season. That is Arthur Fuche and Jensen Bintz. Arthur, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Because I think... Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yes.
The one thing I'm not happy with is I've watched the stream and heard someone saying that I was Belgian. That's not true at all.
Okay.
That's not true at all.
I must have misremembered. In my defense, there are over 120 drivers in this race, and only 2 of them are mine. One of them didn't even get to race today. We had a good laugh about that. But I guess after the heartbreak that was Road Atlanta, that was a great comeback for you guys today.
Yeah, lots of fun too.
Indeed, it looked like fun. Any race where you finish a lap ahead of your nearest rival is a pretty fun race, I imagine. But certainly wasn't easy to be in. There was it was very interesting with the Code 80s that you pit under the first one, and then it looked like Mugen tried to pit under the second one. You had to pit again, and sort of you were quite close together for a while, and then you just pulled away, and they had no response to your pace. Both of you were in a real league of your own today.
Yeah, like the first Code 80, I thought like, yeah, we could pit to take fuel to maybe extend the stint, to maybe at the end kind of have an advantage. But so we did that, but we lost a lot of time and we were stuck behind the Rookie Monsters car. But at one point we were unstuck. We managed to overtake the Rookie Monsters car, and then it was like a chase, and then there was another Code 80, and because we had more fuel than them, we could jump them on the pits, and then I had more clean air and managed to build a gap, I believe.
Yeah, that tallies with how I remember it too. So, and you're in the cockpit, so I'll believe your version of events. But yeah, well, another fantastic drive, and I guess after the setback in Road Atlanta, surely that title battle is going to the wire between you and Mugen 22, isn't it?
Yeah, but we have to say that they are very far away on the standings. We had unfortunately too many issues throughout the season.
It's amazing that you're as close as you are after 3 DNFs, because we all know how hard Mugen are to beat. So to do it 3 times in one season is pretty impressive.
To DNF 3 times in one season?
No, to beat you got 3 wins, 3 DNFs, so it cancels it out, right?
But yeah.
Well, you did score 3rd in one of those DNFs, so it wasn't a total washout.
Yeah, because we did 70% of the...
it was still painful, though.
It was very painful, especially like...
But that makes today more the sweeter, right?
Yeah, it does, but surely I wish that we won this race, because it's really hard. It's now going to be really hard to catch Mugen. Like, I think if we also like win every race and they get second, they still will win. So my mission is just to our mission is just to do our best to continue to winning the races, and on the 24-hour race, we surely want to win the race, hopefully.
Absolutely, that would be a huge accolade to win the bar in 24 hours.
Yeah,
but you've achieved so much this season, so it's great to see you guys get that 3rd win, and it was definitely in a very, very you looked very much in control today. It was extremely impressive.
Oh no, we weren't.
I'm sure inside the cockpit, but it's sort of like when you see a swan, right? It looks serene on the surface from outside, but under the water, pedaling like crazy.
Oh yeah, we
That's
had
a good analogy.
We had many Code Brown moments, and off tracks we spun like 3 times. I hit the wall slightly one time. I had some issues with one GT3, and like it wasn't really under control in the first 4 hours, but then for some reason on the third double stint, I'm sorry, so many stints. We managed to somehow find the pace in the car and be really quick compared to the competition. Especially on the second double stint, on the second part of the double stint, we still were able to do purple sectors, which was great, and thanks to our setup work, we managed to dominate the final 2 hours. I think I can say it slightly like that.
I think that's a very accurate description. And
Yeah, it's just that we had luck in the last 2 hours, no issue. Green flags all around. So when nothing bad happens, you start to pull away.
yeah, when there are less code 80s, it's funny.
Yeah,
Isn't it? But anyway, great race direction by the race directors today, of course. So they were very much on the ball, especially in those early couple of hours when it got very chaotic and everyone was bunched together. But even more so, great driving by the both of you. Best of luck next time out at Fuji, another amazing driver's circuit that I'm sure you guys will excel on, as you have at every circuit, Jensen. I think I've lost count of how many poles you've got.
5 out of 6 or 6 out of 7, not sure. I think
Isn't it your 6th one in a streak?
Yeah, I think the first race I didn't got point, I only got P3, but rest of them I got point.
Yeah, okay. Not too shabby.
Not at all, not at all. So congratulations, guys. I'm going to leave you to enjoy your well-earned victory at the 6 Hours of Road America, and I think I'm sure everyone at Ballet, the Orange Yellow Army, will be very, very pleased with that performance.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to invite in now the Frinavon team of Nick Homewood, and I believe, I forget who AF Cape is. I think it might be Mario Valencia. Oh, of course, don't need to unmute Nick, do I? We're joined now by, almost unexpectedly, the victorious team of the 444. Oh, it is not Mario. Oh, it's Peter. It is Peter, of course. So we're part of the victorious team, and Peter, who finished about 8th, exactly, in LMP2. It's still a good drive, but you made a late move at the end. It was pretty impressive. I think you beat a Reading Game. You made a move on Martin.
They beat me.
Oh, okay. Well, you were close. Not as painful as the guys who I just talked to, who lost a win in the closing stages because one of their drivers crashed out in the final stint. But we aren't mowing them at that because they just won today. But speaking of winning, let's start with you, Nick. So I went off to commentate on Formula E and I came back and you guys were in the lead.
You're as surprised as I am.
Wow. So and this wasn't just snuck in like Magello win. You won by a lap over the Boyd Transport team. We talked to Roy. Roy sounded very emotional with that victory, and obviously given the circumstances with the personal issue.
Very happy for him. He deserves it.
So a very, very happy podium actually, and obviously, while not quite as emotional, I think it still means a lot to you and to the Frinavon team for the second ever victory in EERC, and it's certainly the cards fell your way with the big title contenders falling by the wayside. You and Mario just had to keep going and not make any mistakes, and it felt like you executed that superbly.
Well, it's a year to the day since Magello.
Wow, no way.
Yep. So we'll just keep having race weekends on this weekend in July. I think we'll be all right.
I tried to make the finish as exciting as possible because we did have a big fight for third between the 88 and the 87. Which ended with, I think the 88 made a crazy dive on the final lap, which didn't quite work out. Just going on the grass at 10.
I was so slow on the last stint. There was nothing to gain.
Yeah, because you were going in between that, weren't you?
Yeah, there was nothing to gain, everything to lose. So I think I was about 3 seconds a lap down for the last hour. Just enjoying it. I had a bit of a scare 3 laps from the end. We got hit from behind. The fast right-hander.
Well, flashback to Interlagos, I imagine, where another podium was lost. But
thankfully avoided the wall. No major damage. Yeah, we didn't have any pace, really. We weren't expecting this. All through practice, we were hoping for midfield, and then Mario's had to go, and he just wanted me to say, "Viva España."
I thought he might say something like that. He's a very patriotic man, is Mario. But it's clues in the name, Valencia, I imagine.
Yeah, he doesn't live in Valencia.
No, I know, but it's the kind of last name that a Spanish man might have.
Yeah,
he does. So. But I guess that's your target for the season, because I remember earlier you said we'd love to get another win. And I guess that's target for the season done, or have you got one eye, and given the Team Imperium fell by the wayside today. Do you think there's still a little chance of if we can stay within mathematical contention in Bahrain, we might be in it?
Well, Bahrain's got the most points because it's 24 hours. So
That's very true.
why not? Let's go for it.
Absolutely, that's the spirit, Nick. And Peter, moving on to you, a more chaotic race than maybe Nick's, but certainly lots of incidents and accidents. Was it Marius that was driving when you crashed with the race leaders in LMP1? The one I said it was the 139 that sort of I saw them just stuck together with Arthur Fucci trying to get out at the carousel.
I think it was the 140 who had that.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure.
I can't remember. So you could just say, I could just say, oh, remember when this bad thing happened? Oh, well, it was the 140, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that on every bad thing now.
Okay, well, let's hear your view on the race then. Obviously, you sounded a little disappointed with that 8th position, but still good points.
The 8th position is it's okay. When I looked yesterday to what pace we had like nothing. Like basically a bit the same story with it as GT3, no pace. But yesterday we gained some in the setup, and that's okay quali. But I jump started because I pressed the wrong button on my steering wheel.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So
it's fair of you. It's good of you to cop to that because I would have not mentioned it otherwise.
Yeah, no, I mean it was an obvious jump start. I think Nick, like when I pressed it, that was the moment Nick came in over a whisper. So I was like way too obvious. I knew I was getting a penalty.
It was very close. Like, and the fact you didn't really gain anything because I think you had to lift off because there was basically a wall of cars.
Yeah. Like I didn't gain anything with it. It was pure pain.
Yeah, that's why it was just drive through.
Yeah, like I was thinking even about letting the other guy by, but I was like, maybe I get a penalty anyway, so rather just stay in front.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that I had okay stint, then gave it to Marius. He did very well until he mentioned he did very well and binned it. Literally 2 seconds afterwards. Yeah, and then basically quite a good race, very long battle with the reading game. I think we had like very similar pace. Like whatever I did, I pushed, didn't get closer. I stopped pushing and they didn't get away, so we were kind of glued together, I felt. But it was fun, so I had an enjoyable night.
Great to hear. So question to both of you now, are you looking forward to Fuji?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let's keep it
More
going.
of an endurance circuit than Road America to be. Although Road America did hold the 24 hours of Road America in the first season, which was a title decider. So it's a pretty good track for these cars, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit tight at some places.
Especially with the LMP1s.
Yeah.
Their closing speed in the GTs is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
but a couple of times with the brakes, like the LMP2s braking and then hitting the back of the GT3s. And
yeah, I had once in practice that I was like behind the GT3 and I brake, and some other LMP2 behind me didn't see I was behind the GT3.
That wouldn't happen in a big green GT3 with the words Hunter Birch Simulation on the back, would it?
Yeah.
No comment. Okay. Oh, anyway. Well, congratulations, Nick, and good drive, Peter.
Thank you.
And I don't really know what else is that, but I'm still amazed, Nick, that it's a year to the day. It seems like 16th of July is the lucky day in your calendar, Nick. So.
Well, and it was the last time you ran a special livery as well.
Yeah.
Oh, true. It was tell us the story behind the Marmite livery very quickly before we.
Me and Peter really like Marmite.
Okay, well, there we go. There you have it. World exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I don't think anyone else wants to talk to us, so I'm not going to rudely drag David Klotch. The 360 team, who amazingly won in LMP2, disappeared the moment they crossed the checkered flag from Mumble.
They're still under investigation, I think.
Oh, yeah, of course. So it might actually even be the 21 that won, but they never talk to us unless they win the championship, so the 21.
Fair enough.
With all due respect, I mean, got to respect that, but... And yeah. It's been half an hour since the race ended anyway. Well, actually, maybe more like 20 minutes. But I'm kind of done, so so I may as well close the broadcast. But anyway, Peter, Nick, thanks for joining us. Congratulations again to Nick, a well-deserved victory in GT3. And Mario, of course.
He's not here. He wishes he could be.
Yeah, but I know Viva España as
Viva España, indeed. And he also wants to say Siu,
I think, like the Ronaldo thing. Yeah, I really want to mention as well that Real Madrid won Champions League. He's very proud of that.
You sure it wasn't Barcelona?
Oh yeah, it was Barcelona, I think.
Yeah.
You're gonna be so mad now.
Don't worry.
Quick, end the stream.
They're both Spanish teams. No, most people won't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, all
I
Spanish
didn't.
teams are the same, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell the difference when I made the skin, so I just put on there Mario's team won the football.
Whichever team won was Mario's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Just like F1 won, winning in GD3. Of course it was Mario won. Anyway, so thanks for joining us then at Road America. Next time out will be Fuji on 11th of August. Will it be 11th? Or was that's the British Touring Car?
13th, I think.
Oh yeah, it's only 2 days before, isn't it? So we'll have a very busy action-packed time in August when everyone else is on holiday. We will have British Touring Cars from Fuji on the 13th, where I believe we have 100-bet simulation have a chance to get out of mathematical no one else. If we get enough points, we might be able to win the team's championship 2 rounds early, which will be impressive.
I haven't done the maths on that. But...
I'm pretty sure we would need 140, 150 points, and we're about 90 ahead at the moment. So it's theoretically possible. And even we're probably going to. It doesn't really matter at this point, in all honesty. But people are more excited, I think, for the Endurance Championship, which of course is tightened up significantly after this round. So we'll have to see the points afterwards. But I can tell you, 444 back in it, baby. Thanks for watching from Road America. We'll be back on the 13th of August, as Nick so rightly points out, for the 8 hours of Fuji. So 2 more hours of racing to enjoy. But the victors, of course, the number 23 Valet in LMP1, provisionally the number 6360. If they get penalised, it'll be the number 21 that wins. The Mugen, of course. And in GD3, of course, this man, Nick Homeward, and the Marmite Vinavon 444 team for the second time in their history. So from me, Edward Hunter, from Joshua Birch, Nick Homeward, Tom Dillon, Ryan Ferris, and everyone else here at EERC, it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you next time for more